Chapter 522. Amandina nodded at Brando and walked out with a stack of parchment papers in her hands. In a sense, she was still the same cautious and calm girl that Brando met for the first time. However, there was a healthy flush to her pale face, and her thin eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She looked like she had matured a lot. She turned around and glanced at the people in the hall. Ever since we repelled Count Randner's unreasonable invasion, Amandina coughed lightly. Amandina raised her head and looked at the bad guys carefully. She did not roll her eyes like Scarlet, but her silent gaze was enough to make people feel helpless. Ferber, Port Gris, and Maxon are all doing well. All the plans and work are being carried out in an orderly manner. After the hall quieted down, she began to explain the situation in the entire territory and Aouin in an orderly manner. Ferber, Port Gris, and Maxon are all doing well. All the plans and work are proceeding in an orderly manner. After the hall quieted down, she began to explain the situation in the entire territory and Aouin. Overall, ABES was on a path of healthy development. The most pressing problem was the food they bought from ABES. The food they bought from Ampere Seal was enough to last them until the 4th month of the Year of the Sword. They could only count on the harvest of winter wheat, but there was a possibility that they would need to purchase more food as well. Amandina expressed her opinion on the current situation. The clouds of war were gathering in the north, and the price of food was likely to continue to rise in the next few months. She suggested that if the territory needed to purchase food, it should be done as soon as possible. Bosley, Roman, Odom, and the Shire agreed with her suggestion. Brando naturally agreed as well. He wanted to go to Ampere Seal immediately and buy a batch of food along the way. The nobles of the north and south were currently gathered in Ampere Seal under the Holy Cathedral's arrangement. They were preparing for the final negotiations on the future of the kingdom. To the commoners, this was the last hope to prevent a civil war from breaking out. The merchants were also observing the situation. Although the price of food fluctuated, only a few people were secretly hoarding it. However, Brando understood that there was no turning back between the north and the south. On the surface, the negotiations were to maintain peace in Erewhon, but under the surface, it was a final struggle for the kingdom's power. The regent princess would use this opportunity to meet with Erech and form a marriage alliance. Brando did not know much about the north, but he knew that the royal faction and Erech's diplomatic group had arrived in Ampere Seal before the nobles in the north and the eldest son of the king. Outsiders did not know much about this, but he knew that the future princess and Duke Erech were likely to be in the diplomatic group. It was just that they did not announce it to the public. Although Tonagel did not have any spies in Ampere Seal or even the north of Firth, and all the information came from the few merchant fleets in Ampere Seal that had established a temporary connection with ABES. But even without this information, Brando knew the truth behind it. This was nothing more than a prelude to history. He still had some time. Amandina continued to talk about agriculture and the spring plowing. Anyone could see that Brando wanted to expand the scale of Tonagel's agriculture. But if he wanted to increase the scale of agriculture in Tonagel, then the spring plowing would require a large amount of labor. In normal years, no one would be willing to move to such a remote area except for the homeless. Fortunately, the War of the Black Rose had created a large number of refugees. Master Bosley had already sent a letter to his students to organize these refugees to move to Tonagel. The main problem was the loss of life along the way. Brando felt sorrowful to the point that it was almost depressing. The lives of people had to be calculated like goods. This reminded him more than once of the slave trade in the history of his previous world. But in reality, if these farmers and craftsmen were allowed to stay in the war-torn homes of Viro, Karsuk and Grenoires, the end result would be nothing more than to fend for themselves. Only a small number of people would be able to survive, and the elderly and children would have no chance of survival. This was the helplessness of war, and also the reality that this world had to accept. Brando, who was half a modern person, could only remain silent when he received this knowledge. He had never paid attention to this background in the game before. It was just like how Wond only had those magnificent legends, but the NPCs were living the cruelty of this world, and no one cared. There is a problem. These refugees are more or less taken in by the local nobles, but the nobles only need strong laborers and women who can give birth. The rest are mostly the elderly and children. Amandina stopped here and turned to look at Brando with her black eyes that seemed to be able to speak. There was a deep sorrow in her eyes. She spoke of the homeless as if she was empathizing with them. If not for Brando, she would also be part of the lowest class of people in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. But on the other hand, she also had a difficult dilemma in her heart that she could not bring herself to speak of. It's fine. The elderly have experience that the young cannot compare to. As for the children, Tonajal needs children. Children are the future of this territory. They have experienced the hardships of war, and only then will they understand how difficult it is to live a peaceful life. Tonajal can take them in. Brando took a deep breath. He was now a lord, and there were many people standing behind him. This meant that he needed to be mature in his judgment, but maturity did not mean that he had to wallow in the mire with the nobles of this world. Brando had always believed that even if there was a day when the civilized world was reduced to a wasteland, the noble and beautiful culture created by mankind over thousands of years of glorious history would not be eroded. On the contrary, mankind would be the first to walk out of the wastelands with the light of humanity. That was just his personal opinion, but when he looked at the others, they all looked at him with respect. Amandina had an indescribable complicated expression on her face. She hoped that Brando would calmly reject her, but she was destined to be disappointed. But he also calmed her down. Even though she knew that it was a childish and impulsive decision, it was filled with a kind of power that inspired her. At that moment, she felt as if she saw a young knight holding a shining banner in the endless darkness as he advanced against the current. That kind of perseverance almost melted her heart. She wished that she could help the young man take one more step forward, so that this gentle light could exist a little longer before Erewhon's dawn. Not all the elderly have experience, and there's no need for so many of them. Amandina muttered to herself, and then smiled gently. I've never seen such an idiot before. Forget it, I'll help you to the end. Bosley shook his head among the crowd, but his eyes were filled with forgiveness and gratification. After experiencing a life of exile, he finally understood how far Erewhon had fallen. Who would be able to save Awin? His passion as a member of the royal faction had cooled down, and he was no longer sure if the royal faction would be able to help Awin. His support for the princess's faction was due to the inertia of his past. Until today, when he saw Brando's decision, he felt that there was something in this young man that the nobles of Erewhon lacked. He suddenly made up his mind and wrote a letter to a few of his proud students and old friends, asking them to come to Tonajal and see everything here. After talking about the refugees, Amandina briefly mentioned the development of the territory. There was nothing much to talk about. The white Main Guards were still nowhere to be seen, and the main reason was that they were far from enough. The armor and weapons workshops were also lacking in manpower, and they could not fully support an entire army. Odom's grand city was still on paper. According to him, he was running around every day like a rabbit digging holes to build forts and tunnels on a few mountains. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The Shaflun's silver mine was operating steadily, and it was the main source of income for the territory. Brando's main source of income was the dark forest. With the help of the druids, he could easily develop the borders of the dark forest. The most important thing right now was the crystal mine that he discovered. Even though the production was not high, the monthly income was faintly surpassing the silver mine. Other specialties such as alchemy materials, wood, fur, and some rare items were not important. Tamar was the only one who praised him for these things. It was worth mentioning that Tamar's alchemy level had increased to level 12. This was the conclusion that Brando obtained from the quality of the dragon blood potion that Tamar helped to create. Lastly, the main thing was the expansion of Port Gris. The small fishing port had 2 additional berths for large ships, and a new bridge was built. It was no longer the peaceful port it used to be. Its main task in the future was to maintain the flourishing commerce. The renovation of the port took a lot of manpower, but the Roman did not recruit the citizens, and instead used the method of hiring workers to complete the project. Not only did they not cause complaints like the other lords, but they also won a good reputation. The only problem with Brando's reputation in the territory was that he did not have a proper title, and the citizens were more or less worried that war would break out again. But in other aspects, the majority of the people had already recognized this wise and benevolent lord. At least, he was many times more benevolent than Grodin. On the other hand, the cost of hiring workers was also recovered through food. The Roman purposely left a small portion of it among the citizens. According to her words, the small amount of money left in the hands of the hardworking would give birth to more small amounts of money, and the Roman only needed to earn it back when the time came. It was as if the money was originally in her pocket. However, Brando was rich in the territory, and Brando did not mind her doing whatever she wanted. The current situation in the territory is more or less the same. Because of the emergency in the north, Count Randner is in danger of being involved in the war with Duke Vero. He might not be able to return to deal with us for the time being. Although Erwin's situation is not stable, Tonajul will be able to gain some breathing space. Amandina paused and looked at Brendel with her eyelids slightly raised. Tonajul could be said to be thriving, and everything was on the right track. Everyone present could not help but feel some hope in their hearts when they heard this. Most of the people who followed Brando were at their wits' end, and they did not think that this miraculous young man would be able to lead them step by step to a path of survival. Then again, who would have thought that this young man would be able to bring an alliance with the druids, tree elves, and centaurs from the dark forest when Count Randner's army was pressing on the border? Everything that had happened in the past few months was like a miracle in the eyes of everyone present. But this miracle had indeed happened, and it was right in front of their eyes. Then, they seemed to have created a reality. Occupying this territory and becoming a true lord, everyone might have the identity of a retainer. They would no longer be wandering mercenaries, adventurers, rangers, wanderers, or other identities. Brando nodded lightly to Amandina. Just half a month ago, every one of us tried our best, sacrificed our sweat, and even sacrificed our blood to bring this new territory out of the shadow of war. Perhaps you all thought that we could finally take a breather and enjoy a peaceful life while the nobles were busy. Everyone nodded subconsciously. But I want to tell you that it is the exact opposite. Brando shook his head. I will be going to Ampere Seal soon. I cannot predict what will happen on this trip, but I can be sure that when I return here again, Tonajul will be involved in a real war. Compared to the wars you've seen before, the previous wars are like child's play. This war will involve the two largest factions in the kingdom and several dukes. Countless powerful lords with real power will fight for it. The most outstanding knight you have ever seen will only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Every enemy you will face can crush you like an ant. And these powerful enemies are likely to join forces to annihilate us. Tonajul will be walking on an unimaginably difficult path, full of thorns, surrounded by strong enemies, and a path that the entire Erewhon will not tolerate. As soon as Brendel finished speaking, the meeting place that was surrounded by 10 ancient banyan trees fell into a dead silence, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Brando, who was standing high on the stage, but no one made a sound. My lord. Why? Finally, someone asked. Brando thought for a moment. Because I am going to stop a person with a noble bloodline, the rightful heir of the kingdom, a true princess, from falling into a trap. For this, Tonajul will offend all her enemies, and the nobles who did not get what they wanted from the negotiation table will join forces. The war will spread to the entire Erewhon. We have no allies, and can only rely on our own strength to save this crumbling kingdom. Everyone was stunned. Only Amandina, who knew the truth, simplified the sentence in her mind. I'm going to kidnap the bride. She couldn't help but pout. She suddenly thought of something and lowered her head to look at the pendant in front of her chest. This pendant was left to her by her father. But what do those nobles have to do with us? They have never given us any benefits. Why should we risk our lives for them? A member of the Grey Wolves mercenaries couldn't help but ask. Out of everyone present, these people who were once deceived by Makarov were the most distrustful of nobles. The reason is simple. In fact, the reason why we have a foothold here is because of the princess's recognition. In name, we have taken back this land from Madara. Whether you are willing or not, if we lose this moral foothold, when the nobles in the north come back, we will be their next target. That is why we can only join one side and defeat the other. Even though the chances are slim, we have no other choice. Brando answered. There was another period of silence in the assembly hall. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Martha above, my lord. If we help Princess Griffin defeat her brother and help her ascend to the throne, then wouldn't we have the merit of helping her when she is in danger? At that time, with the merit of our lord, it would be natural for him to be conferred a duke." Brando turned around and saw Carglass speaking with a face full of vulgarities. "My lord, if you are a duke, then us retainers will at least have the status of a baron." "Ha, let's see how my old man will lecture me then. My status will be higher than his." Carglass' face was filled with vulgarity as he spoke. Maria, who was beside him, pulled on his sleeves with a red face. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had never seen such a vulgar noble before, and wondered how Lord Maxon had educated him. However, Brando was secretly laughing. He could see that this young man was acting as a shill for him, but at least from this point, he could see that Carglass supported him. Carglass' words caused a commotion. Why not? In front of benefits, most people would see the benefits first and not the risks later. Since they had to take the risk anyway, with such a generous reward, the risks were not worth mentioning. Indeed, if they were to help the princess obtain the throne, then Carglass' conjecture would definitely come true. Everyone knew that the princess had no one to rely on at the moment. It was easy to add flowers to a brocade, but help in a time of need was precious. What happened to the first batch of families that followed the late King Eric? Erec, Cipher, and Vero, which one of them was not a real duke? Thinking of this, everyone's heart was stirred. Brando looked at their expressions and knew that there should be no problem. He knew that those closest to him would definitely follow him, and the Red Bronze Dragon mercenary group's veterans from the November War wouldn't oppose him either. They were potential supporters of the king's party anyway. His main goal was to appease the remaining mercenaries. The mercenaries didn't have much faith, so he had to let them know that they were fighting for him. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. He nodded and replied, "Yes, that is why I want you to be prepared. The rewards will be generous, but only the final victor will get the reward. I think you all understand this without me saying it." "Of course, my lord. We understand. My lord, don't worry. With your wisdom, the princess is lucky to have your support." This was a guarantee, and it seemed that some of them were already full of confidence. "Of course I know that most of them are just flattering me, but at least I managed to get them to be motivated." Sometimes, when the hearts of subordinates wavered, it was because they could not foresee the worst outcome. But once they knew that this was the worst outcome, then when the real war broke out, Tonajul would be able to participate in the war in the best possible condition. Brando could not help but touch his chin. To be honest, he did not have much confidence in the upcoming war. It was not that he was not confident, but the enemy was too strong. He did not tell the truth. If the plan did not go well, he might have to forcefully destroy the marriage between Princess Griffin and Erec. But no matter what, it might cause Erec to turn to the other side in anger. The best result would be to remain neutral, but if the worst happened, it would mean that Tonajul would have to face the pressure of the entire Erewhon. Erewhon was not strong, but that was after compared to Madara and Cruz. With the strength of 6 or 7 archdukes in Erewhon against a mere Tonajul, it would be like comparing the strength of an adult to a child. And when that time came, his only ally would be the pitiful help by the princess side. In fact, Brando did not have a complete solution for the time being, but he did not have enough time to prepare. He would not let history repeat itself, and the trip to Ampere Seal was imperative. At this time, he saw the Shire walking up to him. He knew that the Shire wanted to tell him that the ship to Ampere Seal was ready. From Tonajul to Ampere Seal, it would only take a week. P.S. First of all, I would like to thank, It's Night Wind, 10 Nights T Wind, Owutuanzi, I Am Unknown Horizon, Hemtica, and everyone else on the forum for helping me organize the information. Then, I would like to correct 2 bugs. One is Coden's mid-gold rank strength, and the other is the Fire Djinn. I have a look at the Fire Djinn. It is level 45 on the card. Level 45 is the peak of silver rank, close to gold rank, so it can be counted as a gold rank. Lastly, Medisha. Although Medisha's absolute strength is only below gold rank, her combat strength is at mid-gold rank. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 523. How did it go, Griffin? Princess Magadal, who had been waiting in the carriage for a long time, asked as the princess, who was dressed in a light silver dress, stepped into the carriage with the help of her servants. Nothing much. That old fox Erek wants Rose to go to Erek with him, Griffin replied faintly. The weather was still a little cold, so a maid at the side put a fur shawl on her shoulders. She pulled the shawl and continued, "This is impossible. I will never give Rose to him. I'm sure Master Fleetwood and Makarov will not agree to it either. Then what should we do?" The delicate and beautiful nun princess had a worried look on her face. "I heard that your brother's men have already found Erek." "It's okay," Griffin was not nervous at all. "Our Duke is just asking for too much. He knows that we will not compromise on this condition. It's just that he won't easily reveal his trump card. At the same time, he wants to know where our bottom line is," Griffin said as she looked up at the sky of Ampere Seal. Although it was close to the month of recovery in the year of the sword, the sky of this metropolis was still gloomy and leaden, as if snowflakes would fall at any time. Griffin sighed. "We still have to talk, Teeny." In Cruz, explorers were in charge of the inland sea to the west of Erewhon and the inland sea to the south of Cruz. It was called the Shining Sea. Heading west from the fishing port of Griffin, one would enter this sparkling, light blue ocean. Turning north, one would enter one of the main waterways of Ampere Seal. Today, the weather was clear. A beautiful and light three-masted ship was sailing through the waves. As it was still close to land, seagulls circled around the mast. The ship was filled with papyrus and crystal ornaments, disguised as a merchant ship from the kingdom of Rubik in the south. Rubik was a desert country at the southernmost part of the Shining Sea. It was full of exotic scenery. There was a land trade route from Rubik to the Nine Phoenix, but Brando had only been there a few times. After all, it was too far away. The ship that was sailing through the waves was called Far Away. It was a registered merchant ship in Ampere Seal. The reason Cardlise was able to get such a ship was because Brando represented the AB's group and had a good relationship with the merchants of Ampere Seal. Fast. It was a fast ship, and according to the words of the men who now made a living on the sea, it was the best lad. The captain of Far Away was quite young. He was only in his 30s. Most people his age were still first officers, but on the other hand, it was a sign that he was a capable man. The young captain was like a king on the ship. He did not submit to the authority of the nobles. Coincidentally, Brando did not have the airs of a noble, so the two got along quite well. The captain was called James. Unlike other sailors, he took good care of himself, whether it was his beard or his clothes. This was probably a common problem for young people. However, this was not a bad habit. The captain liked to wear a red woolen coat and a boat-shaped hat. He hung his captain's sword on his waist and held a smoking pipe. People who made a living at sea had more or less hobbies. Brando had seen drunken captains who commanded their ships. Compared to them, the captain in front of him was a role model. In fact, he smelled a trace of a soldier's aura from the captain. He was strict and meticulous. After asking around, he found out that the captain was actually a descendant of a prestigious family. His ancestors all held positions in the kingdom's navy. Although his generation had already turned to business, that kind of temperament that he was familiar with since childhood could not be changed. The two stood at the side of the ship and watched the sea gradually become more and more blue, gradually showing a trace of deep purple. It had been a day since they entered the Shining Sea. Gradually, they could not see the shadow of the continental shelf. After another 1 or 2 chains, they would be completely in the deep sea. When night came, they could no longer see the seagulls on land. This was a common sight for James. Although he was only in his 30s, he had been on this route for 20 years. From a sailor to a first officer, he had only recently become the captain. In terms of experience, there were not many people on this ship who could compare with him. Brando did not appear to be surprised. He was knowledgeable and had seen even deeper oceans. When it came to strange stories of the sea, he could tell more than the most experienced sailor. Beside Brando stood Amandina, a noble lady who was almost pale as she looked at the endless sea. She was born in the southernmost mountains of Erewhon. She had only heard of the existence of the sea in her father's notes. When she first saw the sea in the fishing port of Gree, she was still able to maintain her composure. But according to the words of those who had been on the sea for many years, the sea you saw on land was completely different from the sea you saw on the sea. Once you were on the sea, you had completely handed your fate over to this sometimes gentle and sometimes cold goddess. Even when she was at her most gentle, the waves on the sea were like undulating mountains. The large and sturdy three-masted ship that was anchored in the harbor was like a small boat in the middle of the vast ocean. Those who had little experience in sailing would often be frightened to the point that their legs turned to jelly when they boarded the ship for the first time. Amandina's performance today could be said to be brave. She was like a Roman who was full of energy and curious about everything on the ship. But now, she was dizzy and weak and ran to her room to lie down. The merchant lady once complained loudly that Brando had tricked her into joining this pirate ship. But Brando told this little cutie that if she wanted to become a great merchant, it was impossible for her not to get used to the wind and waves of the sea. In the end, she could only bury her head in her pillow and groan a few times. "I think I'm starting to understand my father a little, my lord." Amandina stood at the side of the ship, looking down at the white trail left by the ship on the blue sea. In fact, she was also not feeling well, but when she thought that her lord was still on the deck, as an aide, she could not leave alone, so she gritted her teeth and endured. Brando turned to look at his quiet aide. Amandina was like all the noble ladies of Erewhon who were born into a noble family. She was full of a kind of intellectual demeanor, but she was different from all of them in her strength. "Before I came out with my lord, I did not know that the outside world was so vast and beautiful, and it was so moving. Although I have seen the scenery described in my father's notes, I only understood today that if you were not there yourself, you would not be able to imagine how tempting it is to explore it. Just like now, when I stand here and look at the intersection of the sky and the sea in the distance, I can't help but think about what is on the other side of the sea." Amandina could not help but press down on her hair that was blown away by the sea breeze. This action gave her a weak and youthful charm. "I think, my father also thinks so." Brando heard that Amandina's tone was a little faint, and he knew that she was thinking about her parents who had passed away and her hometown in Grenoires. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Yes, he was also drifting. He had his own family in this world, but they did not belong to Sophie's half. He was not prepared to return to that place, and he did not know how to face it at the moment. Amandina's self-pity was because she was homeless, but he had a home that he could not go back to. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but ask, "Do you blame him?" Amandina shook her head. "I don't know, my mother would occasionally complain. But I feel that I should understand him, because I was born into a noble family, and I should be more sensible than other children." But it was one thing to think about it, but later on, I found that I still resented him in my heart. She sighed faintly. "No matter how beautiful the scenery in this world is, it can't compare to his wife and daughter. How I envy the children in the neighborhood, even though their family background is far inferior to mine." Brando looked at the girl's side profile and asked, "Does your father know about your talent in creating the magic transmission core?" "I think he knows. Although he rarely comes home, he often brings me some incomplete documents. I feel that he still cares about his daughter, but maybe the direction is not quite right." Brando touched the grayish-brown stone in his bag. Ever since he saw the magic quartz sand in the underground hall, he felt that this thing might be related. "I think you're right. He cares about you, but everyone has a different way of expressing their feelings," Brendel said softly. Amandina raised her head slightly, her dark eyes looking at Brando with some doubt. At this time, Carglass came up with a young officer of the White Lion Guard. Although this young man had never been on a ship before, he seemed to have an innate talent to accept new things in the shortest amount of time. In just half a day, he could walk on the deck as well as the most experienced sailor. Even Captain James was surprised and praised him for being a natural sailor. Of course, James was also surprised by Brando's knowledge. Brando was too embarrassed to say that he had a few years of experience in the sea. How old was he? His experience was too much, and he could only lie and say that he had seen some of the mage's documents. Knowledge from books was completely different from actual experience, and this did not escape the young captain's eyes. But a mage's item was always a box for a normal person, and anything could be stuffed into it. Furthermore, Brendel's mage servant was obviously a Highland wizard, so his suspicions were barely dispelled. As for the young officer beside Carglass, his expression was not good. Even after the battle at the Gree River, Brando had never seen such a depressed expression on the young officers' faces. These brave young men could defeat even the most terrifying enemies, but in the face of nature, they had to retreat. The quality of your men is really good. I've seen many soldiers in Ampere Seal and Karsuk, but I've never seen such outstanding young men. At this time, the captain suddenly turned around and pointed at Carglass and the young officer beside him with a pipe in his hand. Indeed, although the young men were trembling in fear, compared to ordinary people who went to sea for the first time, they were already outstanding. Still far from it. Brando shook his head. This time, he brought the most people with him to Ampere Seal, the future White Lion Infantry. All 40 young men made up almost 2/3 of the entourage. Brando had high hopes for these young men. He hoped that they could go through some hardships with him in the future. In the end, everyone who stayed behind could become the backbone of the future Erewhon. Of course, these young men might not understand this yet, but no one doubted that it was a bad thing for their lord to bring them along. Young men were the age where they were full of passion and drive. No matter how strong the enemy was, they would still dare to challenge it. This was the story of a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. But thanks to the captain, I brought a lot of people this time. In addition to the camouflaged goods and the necessary food and water, the captain's cargo was much smaller. Brando quickly added. This time, he brought a lot of people with him. Because Ampere Seal involved business matters, the Roman had to come along. Brando did not trust her to go alone, so he brought along Amandina. Moreover, Amandina was the person who was most familiar with Erewhon nobles. She was also smart, and her presence would be of great help to his goal. Next was the mercenaries of Lopez. This was a prophecy. Brando had joked that he would bring Amandina, Falerne, and the rest to Ampere Seal to broaden their horizons. Now that there was an opportunity, he would not be the first to break his promise. Moreover, the mercenaries of Lopez were experienced and there was no possibility of casualties. They could guide the young men of the White Lion Infantry during the operation. Next was the Shire. The Shire was his mage attendant, and he had to go as a cover for his identity as a Highland knight. The rest were Ropar, Mephistopheles, Andrique, and Medisha. This trip to Ampere Seal to destroy the marriage alliance was full of danger to Brando. Although he was in the dark and the enemy was in the light, Brando knew that there must be other people who did not want the marriage alliance to succeed. The royal faction and the Grand Duke would definitely take precautions, so in terms of combat power, Brando would not mind having too many. Finally, there was Scarlet. This girl was almost like Brando's shadow. She rarely spoke, but she never left Brando's side. Although the after-effects of the blood of God were almost impossible to recur after absorbing the golden apple and the dragon's blood, she still could not leave Brando's side for the time being. Brando had said before that he would let her go after her injuries were healed, but seeing her in this state, he could only keep his mouth shut. At the same time, there was an unexpected guest. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles did not inform anyone about Brando's plan. According to him, it was to ensure that his contractor and half of his students would not die in Ampere Seal. However, even if Greysword said that he was going for a sightseeing tour, Brando believed that no one would dare to object. After all, Greysword's strength was obvious. On the other hand, the old swordsman, Coden, was not willing to take the initiative to participate in his affairs because of Count Randner. Otherwise, there would be another strong person in the gold faction. And it was just these people that filled up the entire ship. And this was the result of Brendel keeping the Fire Claw Spearmen, Wind Spirit Spiders, Fire Djinn, and Holy Angel cards that were more conspicuous. One had to know that a normal merchant ship would only have the necessary sailors, and it was impossible for it to be filled with soldiers like a warship. But in reality, even though Far Away looked like a merchant ship on the surface, it was actually a warship, except for the fact that it did not have any cannons. In response to Brando's words, the young captain smiled and replied, "You're too serious, my lord. It's just business." There was one more thing he didn't say, and that was that Trentheim didn't have any specialties. Even though the Lord had promised to open up a new trade route for them, James didn't really believe in this promise, at least for now. Their merchant fleet only came here because there was business to be had. Merchants did not care if the other party was a bandit or a rebel. As long as the other party followed the rules and did not drag on the settlement of the goods, they would be the best customers. Besides, James had a good impression of Brando. Others said that these people were bandits and rebels, but he could see that Brando was a polite noble. Even though his way of doing things was a little strange, he unexpectedly left a good impression on him. James was also full of praise for Brando's subordinates. He had seen many noble subordinates and private armies, but he had to say that the temperament and spirit of these soldiers in Tonagel was not inferior to the kingdom's regular army. Perhaps even more so. The young captain thought for a moment. Probably only the knights of the royal family that he had seen before had such a spiritual appearance. When he came to Ampere Seal, he was only a captain and an ordinary merchant. But now that he had returned to Ampere Seal, the young captain began to feel a little curious about Brando and his subordinates. In his opinion, this young man might not be as simple as he appeared to be. He could not help but think that there might be a possibility for them to further their relationship in the future. Thinking of this, the captain put down his pipe and knocked on the side of the ship. At this time, Carglass and his officers came to Brando's side. "There was a problem with the computer yesterday, sad. Who knows what the problem is with the computer when it opens the browser? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 524. "My lord, there seems to be a problem," Carglass whispered into Brando's ear as he and the young officer approached. Brando turned around. Carglass and the White Lion Guard on duty today were patrolling the cabin to ensure the safety of the cargo. Brando brought along the first batch of White Lion armor that was jointly made by Master Bosley and Tamar. These armors were different from the White Lion armor used by Erwin's royal family today. With Brando and Orthless design input, these armors were more similar to the original White Lion armor that King Eric had modified. The White Lion armor was derived from the Wind Elves' White-Winged Knight's armor, the half-plate of the Wind Empress. However, after using human craftsmanship, the White Lion armor was far inferior to the latter. King Eric had modified the White Lion armor and the White Lion battle tactics. In the early days, the White Lion swordsmen were also known as the White Lion Guards. Erwin had a large number of documents that said, the king led the knight to unify the southern border. The king here referred to King Eric, and that the knight referred to the White Lion Guards. The White Lion Guards and the Silver Elves Temple Guards were once the two core forces of Erwin. Legend has it that the White Lion Guards were close to grade 4, and were only slightly inferior to the White-Winged Knight. However, when the Cipher dynasty was destroyed, King Eric's modified White Lion battle tactics had been lost. Much of the information on the White Lion armor's forging method had also been lost. Even Brando and Orthless could not complete the lost information. However, as the saying goes, every warrior is half a blacksmith. Although the two knew nothing about the original White Lion armor, they knew the half-plate of the Wind Empress like the back of their hand. The half-plate of the Wind Empress was a very popular armor in Erwin in the game because of its high defense and flexibility. Most importantly, there were quite a number of half-plate of the Wind Empress that entered the kingdom in history, so it was not rare. Brando was lucky enough to get his hands on such a set of armor. As for Orthlis, she was a knight of the Wind Empress, one of the higher-ups of the Wind Elves. She knew some of the secrets of the Wind Elves like the back of her hand. Even if the two could not complete the design of the half-plate of the Wind Empress, they should be able to make a set of it. The White Lion armor was a new set of the half-plate of the Wind Empress. The half-plate of the Wind Empress was more similar to the half-plate. However, thanks to the special enchantments of the Wind Elves, the half-plate of the Wind Empress was not inferior to the original in terms of flexibility and flexibility. The wall of wind on the half-plate of the armor could block arrows from a distance of 100 meters. It could also reduce the effect of swords and sabers to a large extent. It would be difficult for a medium iron warrior to break through the half-plate of the Wind Empress without using their full strength. In the current Erewhon, at least a warrior with some strength could wear the half-plate of the Wind Empress and fight against 10 enemies without any problems. Furthermore, the half-plate of the armor had enchantments for agility and moisture removal. Even if the wearer wore the half-plate of the Wind Empress for a long time, the wearer would not feel tired easily. Of course, all of this came with a price. It was a bad habit of the players to use all of their best materials when forging a piece of equipment. In the end, when the price was calculated, Brando was stunned. The half-plate of the Wind Empress cost tens of thousands of Tor. Even with Brando's current wealth, it was impossible for him to equip the White Lion Legion with such a ridiculously expensive item. In the end, after a compromise, he decided to equip the half-plate of the Wind Empress with the half-plate of the Wind Empress. As for the ordinary infantrymen, they would use the half-plate of the Wind Empress. As for the half-plate of the Wind Empress, Bosley was currently thinking of ways to remove some of the most expensive parts, such as the magic crystals and magic arrays. According to the old man's estimation, he would be able to produce results by the time Brando returned from Ampere Seal. Brando was well aware of Bosley's little scheme. He was probably trying to see how he would express his stance on this trip to Ampere Seal. Would he be on the side of the princess or the other side? Bosley wanted to see if he would stick to his words. Brando did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. After all, no one would trust another for no reason. Besides, Bosley's expectations did not conflict with his own. In fact, Brando did not think that there would be any problems with the half-plate of the Wind Empress. Ordering someone to inspect the half-plate of the Wind Empress was just a matter of routine. When he heard the other party's words, he was slightly stunned. However, the young officer continued, Jettel heard a strange sound in the lower cabin. It seemed to be coming from outside the cabin. Brando thought to himself that it was indeed not a problem with the half-plate of the Wind Empress. He turned around and looked at James with a questioning gaze. The lower cabin of the Faraway was filled with cargo and ballast. If there was a strange sound, it would most likely come from outside the cabin other than rats. If it was rats, there was nothing to worry about. However, if it came from outside the cabin, then there was a problem. Sound did not travel as well as it did in the air. Furthermore, there was a layer of the ship's planks. To be able to hear the sound, it was either something very close to the ship, or something very large. Which side? The young captain immediately asked. Brando looked at his subordinate. Carglass immediately replied, it should be the port side. The young captain reacted quickly. He immediately turned around and waved his hand. Throw the crystal chain to the port side. Not far away, a sailor saw his gesture. He ran over and pulled out a rope with a crystal-like object tied to it. With a plop, he threw it into the sea on the left side of the Faraway. Brando recognized that object. It was a special kind of sound-sensitive magic crystal. If there was a source of sound near, it would vibrate. There were many magical creatures in the open sea. Sailors often used this thing to determine if there was a sea monster lurking below the ship. It was said that experienced sailors could determine what kind of creature was approaching based on the frequency of the crystal chain's vibration. However, the sailor obviously did not have such an ability. As soon as he threw the crystal chain, he could not help but exclaim, "There's something down there. There's a lot of it. Sound the alarm. Prepare for battle." The young captain's face turned serious. The sea was calm, but the ship was surrounded by unknown creatures. Obviously, they had a certain degree of intelligence and were up to no good. However, Brando's reaction was the fastest. Before James could say anything, he had already rushed over and cut off the rope in the sailor's hand. The sailor was stunned for a moment. He saw something under the sea pulling the rope with a whoosh. The strength of the thing under the sea was amazing. If not for Brando's help, the sailor would have been dragged down with the rope if he let go a little slower. The sailor was so scared that his face turned pale. He even forgot to thank Brendel. However, Brando looked at the side of the ship and said, "It's a humanoid creature." Among the magical creatures in the shining sea, there were only a few that had humanoid characteristics. Other than a few murlocs, there were the merfolk and nagas, and there were also the lizard-men pirates. However, the lizard-men pirates would not stay in the water, and the merfolk rarely attacked humans. If it was not a murlocs, then it was a naga. James did not believe that the young lord could identify the enemy in the sea with just a glance. However, it was a fact that there were enemies under the sea, and they had already shown signs of attack. A sailor ran to the mainmast and sounded the alarm. The sailors below the deck quickly rushed up. The faraway was a large ship. There were 40 sailors on board, plus the first mate, second mate, captain, and navigator. Brando also ordered his own officers to call the officers of the White Lion Regiment. As a result, the deck was packed with people. Brendel's expression was much calmer than the young captain's because he knew the strength of his ship. The Faraway was comparable to the kingdom's main warships that were below the third rank. Any pirate group that dared to provoke such a ship would be asking for trouble. Brendel stared at the surface of the sea, but his mind was suddenly reminded of the famous British submarine hunting ships from another period of history. He did not know if the current Faraway was a warship disguised as a coal transport ship. However, its nature was slightly different. At this time, black shadows appeared on the surface of the sea. Triangular fins broke the surface of the water and formed a white wave. Brando knew at a glance that it was a shark. There were at least 16 or 17 tribes on the surface of the shining sea that drove sharks to hunt. The sea people taming sharks was as common as the people on land taming wolves. Just by seeing a shark, they could not be sure of its identity. James had the same idea. He put his pipe in his bag and pulled out his sword to the side of the ship. But at this time, a melodious song sounded from the sea. "It's the sirens." The young officers of the White Lion Regiment were fine, but the sailors screamed when they heard the song. The sirens were mythical creatures. Legend had it that they used their soul-sucking songs to lure ships astray. In the Epic of the Cruise People, the sirens were described as banshees with a human face and a bird's body. However, Brando knew that they had nothing to do with the harpies under Jorgundy Ridge. The real sirens were genuine mythical creatures. Their upper bodies were female, and below their knees were birds' claws. They were more beautiful than any woman in the mortal world. Not to mention, their beautiful voices could make anyone who heard them lose their soul. There were all sorts of descriptions in the myths, and all of them said that after the soul was taken away by siren, the ship would drift on the sea all day, until it turned into a ghostly ghost ship. Most of the people who lived by the sea grew up listening to such stories, so the sailors were scared out of their wits when they heard the song. On the other hand, the country bumpkins under Brendel were much calmer. "Put on your earplugs," James immediately ordered. Most of the sailors were very superstitious. Even though no one had seen the sirens for hundreds of years, the legends were enough to make the people who lived on the sea prepared. He immediately took out earplugs that he had prepared beforehand and plugged his own ears. The sailors followed suit, but the officers of the White Lion Regiment were also prepared. They took out their earplugs one after another. Brando had many years of experience in the sea and had gone deep into the sea. He was naturally more familiar with the things on the sea than James. However, he did not say anything to stop the young captain's orders. The beautiful song seemed to penetrate his brain, causing him to fall into a trance for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses. This was not the song of a siren. He turned around and handed his earplugs to Amandina. Amandina glared at him coquettishly. Everyone was afraid of the siren's soul-sucking song, but she did not believe in it. She did not like his actions that did not care about his own safety. Almost everyone present saw that the young lord did not put in his earplugs, but was unmoved by the song. They could not help but be surprised for a moment. They knew that Brando was a Highland knight, and all of them thought that it was a mystery that belonged to wizards. However, they did not know that Brando's willpower was frighteningly high. Not to mention that this was not the song of a siren. Brando thought that even a real siren would not be able to seduce him. He turned back to the captain and said, "It's not a siren, it's a mermaid." What? The captain was wearing earplugs and thought that he had misheard. "It's a mermaid," Brando said firmly. "The Nagas are under the sea. I know that the mermaids of the shining sea often move with them." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 525. The Nagas in the shining ocean were quite famous. They often attacked passing merchant ships along the route from Ampere Seal to Grey Haven and even Lubeck. However, the Nagas in the deep sea were not united. They were divided into more than 10 different tribes, the most famous of which were the Quatones and the Shining Scale Nagas. The Quatones were not only in the shining ocean, but also in the 7 seas of Wonde. They were the most notorious bandits in the ocean. In comparison, the Shining Scale Nagas had their own culture, language, and traditions, and were more like a kingdom. Most of the tribes in the deep sea made a living by raiding, and the Nagas were no exception. Dozens of tribes attacked each other, but it was just a dirty fight between bandits. There had never been a day when they fought so fiercely that the merchant ships on the route did not suffer because of it. The sailors were not as fearful of pirates as they were of the mythical sirens. Brando's reminder woke everyone up. But it's strange. The mermaids rarely come out with the Nagas to raid merchant ships. Even so, Captain James still asked in confusion. He pulled out his pipe and extinguished it before stuffing it into the pouch of his coat. He then drew his sword with his right hand and ordered the sailors to set up the shields by the side of the ship. "Be careful of the javelins," he added. In the Amber Sword, the mermaids were loyal to the Nagas. They often participated in the wars between them, using their magical voices to win battles for their allies. To put it bluntly, they were like bards on the battlefield, but the battlefield here was shifted from land to the deep sea. Mermaids were typically kind creatures. They usually refused to join the Nagas in raiding merchant ships of humans or dwarves. 1. However, it was not surprising for 1 or 2 unusual creatures to appear in such a large tribe. At this time, the creatures in the sea surfaced. They looked similar to humans, but their skin was blue. Their shoulders, arms, and backs were covered with erect fins. They also had cheeks from their cheeks to their necks. They also had nasal cavities. They could breathe through their lungs and filter the air through their cheeks. However, for the Nagas, the air on land was too dry, and they were not used to living out of the water. The Nagas did not have hair. Instead, beautiful sky-blue bundles of nerves replaced their hair. At first glance, it looked strange, but once one got used to it, they would find it beautiful. Most of the Nagas that surfaced from the water were males. They had 2 pairs of arms and no obvious breastfeeding organs. Their faces were sharp and defined, and they were covered with battle tattoos using a special non-soaking dye. Their muscles were firm and they looked like strong human males. However, Brando knew that it was because their lower bodies were hidden underwater. According to legend, the Nagas were the descendants of the sky serpent. They were all half-human, half-snake monsters. The Naga males had 1 less pair of arms than the females. This was because the Naga gods wanted the females to be more agile than the males. The males only needed to be on the battlefield, so they needed to be more powerful. However, these were all myths and legends. In reality, the Nagas and mermaids were good at throwing spears. The male Nagas had 2 pairs of arms. One pair of arms held the trident that they were good at, while the other pair was good at using short swords and shields. The mineral resources under the sea were rich. They did not have to worry about iron and copper, which were commonly used to make weapons and armor. The Nagas knew how to use underwater volcanoes to smelt and forge weapons. They also had special methods to protect their weapons underwater. Therefore, they were not inferior to the humans on land in terms of weapons. However, the biggest difference between the weapons and armor of the Nagas and humans was the shuttle-shaped shields. This was a specialty of the Nagas. It was used to reduce resistance underwater. Seeing that the mermaid's seductive voice did not work, the Nagas floated up to the surface and used their most common tactic. They threw spears at the deck of the faraway like rain. Unfortunately, Captain James was experienced and had already ordered his men to erect shields. The shields used on ships were actually double-layered tower shields that were commonly seen on Wone's battlefields. They were usually hung upside down on the sides of the ship, and when needed, they could be pulled up with ropes. The steel spears hit the thick shields like raindrops, but to no avail. The shields on the ship were specially designed to deal with these common robbers. The Faraway was a large ship, so it was even more well-prepared. The Naga's spears were either embedded in the shields or fell powerlessly into the water. After a while, Greysword Saint Mephistophels, the Shire, Andrique, Scarlet, Mephistopheles, Ropar, and the Silver Fairy Princess also came to the deck. Seeing these people, James finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not know the full strength of this young lord beside him, he knew that at least Medisha and the Shire had the strength of a gold tier. With 2 gold tiers in charge, even the flagship of Erewhon's fleet could not compare. "What's going on?" Mephisto asked calmly as he walked out of the cabin and saw the monsters on the surface of the sea. Captain James did not know that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was Brando's biggest boss on this trip. However, just this calmness alone was enough to make him take a second look. The Ash Sword Saint's calmness was not without reason. After all, this was the beginning of the Year of Swords. It was not like the end of the Slate War where the bandits on the road could be elemental awakened. At this time, not to mention Erewhon, even when Mephisto's duchy was still under Cruz, he was still one of the top fighters in the Empire. For a fighter of his level, as long as he was careful, it would be difficult to find any existence in the entire Wone that could kill him. And a few Nagas were not a problem at all. "It's the Nagas," Brando replied. He held his sword and did not immediately attack. He looked at the Naga warriors on the surface of the sea and felt that they were somewhat familiar. Although the Nagas looked similar to humans, there were still differences between different tribes. For example, the Shining Scale tribe was named for their colorful scales. The tribe Brando looked a bit like the gray fin Naga. When he saw the pale scales, he could not help but be slightly startled. Could it be that coincidental? These are the Nagas? The Ash Sword Saint had heard of the Nagas before. But he was born in the interior of the Empire and had been fighting against the Empire all his life. He had never taken a ship out to sea, so he had only heard of the Nagas but never seen them. He looked at the monsters and could not help but be slightly startled. He turned back and said, "Why do you always run into trouble wherever you go?" Brando did not expect this serious guy to ridicule him in such a serious manner. But only he would have the leisure to do so at a time like this. But he did not expect Orthlas to nod in agreement. "I think this guy is right. You always run into trouble wherever you go. Mother Marcia above, I'm innocent too." Brendel was speechless. When he was in the Amber Sword, he could not obtain any storyline quests, but after transmigrating to this world, he had to be careful at every step. Inexplicable things kept coming to him one after another. But Orthlas was just joking. It was very common to run into pirates at sea. Not only were there pirates, but there were also bandits and bandits on land. Most of the feudal lords' management of their territories was limited to the core area. The more remote the area was, the more chaotic it would be. In the outer seas, where no one could control, it was a paradise for illegal forces. At this time, the sailors began to fight back. Most of the ships sailing on this route were armed merchant ships, so there was no shortage of weapons on board. The sailors fought back with crossbows, but their attacks were not very accurate. Instead of saying that they wanted to destroy the enemy, it was better to say that they could only force the enemy to retreat. In the midst of the chaos, the sailors under James suffered quite a bit. A few spears pierced through the gaps between the shields and into the crowd, injuring several people. 2 unlucky men were nailed to the deck. The second mate, who was also a doctor on the ship, took a look and said that they could not live. But Brando took out a few bottles of the lowest grade holy water from the Dimension Cave and asked Medisha to pass them over. The amount of holy water he got from Amon in the Dimension Cave was astonishing. Not to mention, low-grade holy water was not very useful to him, so he could use it to buy a favor. Brando knew that it would be very beneficial for his future development to have a good relationship with these merchants of Ampere Seal. Not to mention, James himself had a strong background. Holy water was the most effective medicine in the world. Its greatest use was to stop bleeding and repair damage to the body, and injuries in war were basically of these 2 types. As long as the person did not die from excessive blood loss, holy water could play a role in reviving the dead. But it was not common. During the Holy War, the Holy Cathedral could only supply it to the most elite troops. When the 2 sailors who were about to die drank the holy water, their terrifying injuries immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, not to mention the second mate who was in charge of treating the wounded, even James was stunned. Although his sailors were not very important, and who did not have their heads on their waistbands and did not care about life and death, it was a miracle to be able to drag someone who was about to die back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Captain James was born a noble and had seen many things. He immediately understood what Brando's medicine was. He was not surprised by Brando's ability, but Brando's generosity. Using something like holy water on a sailor he did not know was either too benevolent or too magnanimous. Seeing this scene, James hesitated for a moment. For the first time, as a noble and a merchant, he began to consider whether he should deepen his relationship with Abes. He glanced at Brando and thought to himself, perhaps the rumors are true. He came from a great family with deep roots. But why would he appear in Tonagel and go against Count Randner? With his keen nobility, he immediately thought of the civil war in the north. The royal faction? Or the princess's personal knight? Could it be that the Highland Knight in Karsuk is starting to support the princess's faction? Several thoughts flashed through the young captain's mind. Compared to the captain's complicated thoughts, the 2 sailors who were saved from the hands of the Grim Reaper only had gratitude in their hearts. These sailors were actually from poor families. If not for the fact that they had nowhere else to go, who would want to become a sailor? Sailing in this era was an extremely risky endeavor, and the mortality rate of sailors was relatively high. According to Brando's understanding, it was only slightly better than the 15th or 16th century in history. Saving these 2 sailors was equivalent to saving the lives of their families. But even so, Brando did not accept the sailors' request to kiss his boots to express their gratitude. As a person from the modern era, this was extremely awkward for him. But in the eyes of others, this only served to accentuate the young lord's breadth of mind. Brando did not know that his subconscious actions had won him a great reputation among the sailors. At this moment, the future officers of the White Lion Legion had already taken out a batch of heavy crossbows from the bottom of the ship. These crossbows were not ordinary crossbows. To an iron-ranked warrior, a 4-armed crossbow was no longer sufficient. Brando ordered Grandmaster Bosley to create a batch of crossbows that were enchanted with magic for the White Lion Legion's officers. These weapons were shockingly expensive, and every single one of them was as heavy as gold. Fortunately, Brando only needed 50 of them. Brando intended for the future White Lion Legion to use magic bows instead of magic bows. Magic bows required a small magic conductor, and this was Amandina's area of expertise. Even though the technology was complicated, the price would be several times cheaper. Of course, this was still a distant dream. Before that, the White Lion Legion could only use ordinary bows to make up the numbers. Brando did not have the money to prepare a magic bow for every soldier. Besides, he felt that if he really did so, the Roman would definitely give him a headache. The moment the officers of the White Lion Legion joined the battle, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed. In this world, perhaps even in the entire Erewhon, there was no other lord who invested as much money as Brando in training his soldiers. Brando's knowledge came from the modern era, and he knew that an army was nurtured. In his training program, he strictly required the soldiers and officers to be trained in actual combat. This caused Bosley and Amandina to complain more than once that the amount of money spent was unimaginable. Replenishing arrows, repairing weapons and damaged armor, this expenditure was more than 10 times that of the other lords in Erewhon. In response, the master from the palace angrily said that if the money was saved to buy an army for the princess, it would at least be able to recruit an army on the same scale as Brando's. However, Brando stubbornly insisted on it, and his persistence finally paid off today. The officers of the White Lion Legion were like seasoned soldiers who had been on the battlefield countless times. Even their only flaw of not seeing blood was fixed during the Wolf Wave. Their performance right now made even the most elite knight in Erewhon feel ashamed of his inferiority. Although they were more experienced in battle, they were far inferior to the White Lion Legion in terms of teamwork and training. The arrows of the White Lion Legion's sergeants were so accurate that it was as if they had eyes. This was the result of countless shooting practice sessions. The arrows that each of them used were worth tens of thousands of Tor coins if converted into gold coins. However, all these gold coins were now found on the bodies of the Nagas. Captain James could not believe his eyes. The officers of the White Lion Legion killed one enemy with each arrow, and in just a few breaths, more than 10 Naga warriors were shot to death and sank to the bottom of the sea. The sharpshooters of the navy were only so-so. The Nagas on the other side also felt the pressure. They never dreamed that a merchant ship would have such firepower. This was obviously a warship. Even the third-level battleships of the kingdom did not have such firepower. The only difference was that this merchant ship did not have cannons or crossbows. Otherwise, they would have thought that they had collided with a real warship of the kingdom. The two sides exchanged blows for a while. On the White Lion Legion's side, there was only one officer who injured his hand because he broke his crossbow. He became the only casualty on Brando's side. On the Naga's side, there were already more than 10 corpses. The initial shock of the Naga warriors on the sea had turned into fear. They let out a shrill cry and retreated one after another. They retreated just like that? The captain and Brendel were stunned. In their impression, the Nagas were extremely brave and good at fighting. Even if they suffered a setback for a short period of time, they would continue to fight without fear of death. They had never seen a Naga turn around and run the moment their attack was blocked. Were these really the Nagas? Could they be the fishmen in disguise? Brando and James looked at each other for a moment. Generally speaking, in Vaunt, only two races, the humans and the dwarves, were keen on commercial trade, and the most common merchant ships at sea were also the merchant ships of these two races. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 526. The sun cast a golden glow on the surface of the sea, and the battlefield returned to its usual calm state. After the last Naga dived into the deep sea, the surface of the sea was only shimmering. It was as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. If it was not for the faraway damaged side, everyone would have thought that it was just a nightmare. However, the retreat of the Nagas was not a sign of retreat. Look! A sailor suddenly screamed. Brando looked up and suddenly saw that under the deep blue sea, a huge shadow had appeared out of nowhere. The shadow lurking under the water was much bigger than the faraway. Compared to it, the small three-masted ship was like a leaf. The shadow passed under the faraway at an extremely fast speed. Everyone felt a terrifying tremor coming from the hull of the ship. The rivets on the mast and the ship's planks were struggling, as if they were about to jump out of the wood, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Brando's gaze quickly moved from one side of the ship to the other. He pursed his lips and did not say a word. The shadow under the sea was a message that made one uneasy. In the seven seas, a creature of this size could only be a terrifying sea monster that existed in legends. The huge shadow swam into the distance, and then it began to rise faster. The huge shadow arched the surface of the sea, and the water rushed along its huge back to both sides. Then, a sharp horn pierced the surface of the water, forming a white trail. "Oh my God! What is that?" The sailors panicked. Any ordinary person who saw a small mountain rising from the sea would be scared to death. Moreover, everyone present knew that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Captain James gripped his sword and thought of a terrifying possibility. His face turned pale. "That's a demon whale. An adult demon whale." Brando answered first. "Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Brendel?" James gasped. "I want to be wrong," Brando could not help but answer. "Oh, Martha." The captain couldn't help but mutter. It was not because he was too timid, but because the demon whale was the most terrifying legend passed down by the people of the sea. Legend had it that it was one of the most terrifying monsters above the seven seas. Even in the great library of White Harbor, a city of 1,000 cities, its figure could only be found in the oldest documents. From generation to generation, the older sailors passed down the terrifying rumors of this monster. It was said that only the most unfortunate or lucky people could see its true appearance. However, those who could survive after encountering the demon whale could only be said to be favored by the goddess of luck. In the myths of the Woned Cruz people, the demon whale was the descendant of the great sea dragon Dagon. They were born to be the kings of the sea. Fishermen said that they could control the storm, but at the same time, they were also the symbol of a bountiful harvest. In the area of the 10 cities, the harbor often used the demon whale as a common decoration. People hoped to use it to calm the storm and bring fish and a bountiful harvest. However, encountering such a monster on the sea was the greatest misfortune. Even the most powerful human warships were just toys in front of it. An adult demon whale's pure physical strength was even stronger than a real dragon. Ordinary spells and weapons could not hurt it at all. On the contrary, the magical power in its bloodline could overshadow the most powerful wizard. At least Brando knew of a few stories where the demon whale completely destroyed a harbor with the power of a storm. However, seeing the appearance of this monster, Brando felt more confident. This demon whale is obviously on the same side as the Nagas. Our firepower is too strong. It seems that they don't dare to attack us. He turned back and said, "Mr. Sword Saint, we are counting on you now." A sword saint? The captain and a few sailors beside Brando clearly heard the conversation between the two. For a moment, they thought that they had misheard. At this time of the year, there were actually 5 people who could be called sword masters in the entire kingdom of Erewhon. They were Bugha the Cross, Devard the Eagle, and Sylvia the Silver Knight. These 3 people were born in the Erech province. The people of Erech were tough. Throughout history, there were many famous sword masters and even sword saints. For example, the sword saint Gory Keys of the Yabli people 30 years ago was one of them. Among these 3 sword masters from Erech, Bugha the Cross served Duke Anthony. Devard and Sylvia had been following this noble family since the previous Duke of Erech. Other than these 3, the Cipher royal family and the Covardo royal family each had a sword master. As for the sword saint, ever since Darius and Gory Keys, no one in Erewhon had obtained the title of sword saint. But now, this young lord was addressing an ordinary-looking middle-aged man beside him as sword saint. For a moment, even though the legendary giant beast was right in front of them, the sailors on the ship couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mephisto. This young and famous sword saint was as calm as ever. He turned back and asked, "Me?" Although the Nagas have released the demon whale, judging from their actions, they don't seem to be willing to pay too much for a single raid. "I just need you to make them back off." Brando stared at the sea in the distance, carefully calculating how much confidence he had in his words. In fact, he knew the Nagas very well, but compared to them, he knew more about the Nagas. Mephisto thought for a moment and felt that Brando's words were somewhat reasonable. At this moment, Captain James also reacted. He quickly nodded and said, "That's right. Although pirates are fugitives, if the loot is not equal to the loss, it is not worth it for them." After saying that, he could not help but look at Mephisto with some doubts. He silently searched for someone who could match this name, but it was destined to be futile. Whether it was Darius or Gory Keys, they had become famous much earlier than Mephisto. Compared to them, Mephisto could be said to be a junior. When did Erewhon have another sword saint? The young captain was extremely puzzled. At this time, the sword saint of Ashes nodded and said, "Let me try." After saying that, he placed one hand on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, everyone felt a terrible burst of pressure from this thin body. The pressure was so strong that it seemed to have formed a substantial wind pressure. Even the sails of the faraway fluttered. Everyone present, including the top gold-ranked existences like Metasha and Scarlet, could not help but feel slightly suffocated. As for the ordinary sailors, their legs almost gave way and they directly knelt on the ground. Heavens, it really is a sword saint. Martha above, when did Erewhon have another sword saint? Other than Brando's subordinates, the shock in the hearts of the sailors at this moment reached its peak. But what surprised them was not only Mephisto's identity, but also Brando's origin. Who were these rebels who occupied Tonagel? Among the crowd, only Brando completely ignored the pressure of the Sword Saint of Ashes aura. His willpower had long surpassed the realm of the elemental pinnacle. Not to mention the aura of a Sword Saint, even if it was the innate aura of a dragon rooted in its bloodline, he could completely ignore it. He watched as Mephistopheles released his aura without reservation. Then, a circle of gray light spread out in all directions with the Sword Saint's body as the center. In an instant, it affected the entire sea nearby. For a moment, it was as if the entire ship was dyed with a layer of gray. Gray realm. At this moment, everyone subconsciously shut up. Even the knowledgeable James did not recognize it, but at least he knew that it was the legendary elemental power. Elemental activation. Not to mention swordsmanship, just in terms of strength alone, this was already a true sword saint. The people on the ship were not the only ones who quieted down. The demon whale that had just emerged from the water suddenly calmed down and quietly stopped in the sea not far away. This was the respect for the strong. Although the demon whale was a mythical sea monster, in the face of a true elemental activation, it did not dare to recklessly start a fight. This was an ancient creature that lived in the sea. Its intelligence was not inferior to that of sentient humans. For a moment, a strange scene appeared on the sea. There was a brief moment of silence between the tiny three-masted ship far away and the mountain-like demon whale. Neither side dared to attack rashly. Only the ordinary sailors on the ship and the young officers of the White Lion Legion could not help but raise their heads and watch this rare spectacle with their mouths agape. Perhaps some of them would not be lucky enough to see this scene again in their lives. This would be the most legendary and glorious moment of their lives. This was especially true for the sailors who lived on the sea all year round. After a short while, Brando finally saw a few figures emerge from the sea. In an instant, a few men and women appeared on the surface of the sea. Of course, these people were all Nagas. They raised their heads and looked at the people on the ship. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. They were clearly robbing an ordinary human merchant ship, but who knew that this merchant ship was not only armed like a warship, but also had an elemental activation powerhouse. If it was not for the fact that these humans had not taken the initiative to attack, they would have suspected that this was a trap specifically targeted at them. And now, it looked more like they had offended a prince of a country who was traveling incognito. Although it was a little ridiculous, these few leaders of the Nagas did indeed have such thoughts in their minds. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous. They slowly approached the side of far away. After seeing Brando on the ship clearly, they were even more convinced in their hearts. They could not help but raise their heads and ask, which family's prince is on the ship? Prince? Before Brando could speak, Amandina, who was beside him, laughed out loud. Brando could not help but look at Amandina strangely. This was because Amandina had always been a relatively stable and cold image in his mind. Besides, he did not know what was so funny about this sentence. Could it be that he was so far away from the image of a prince in her mind? It was like among the princes and princesses of the various kingdoms in Wonde, although there was no lack of handsome men and beautiful women, there were also a lot of ugly people. With his current power, cosplaying as a poor prince of a small country was actually not an unacceptable fact. When the noble lady was looked at by Brando, she did not know what to think. She immediately blushed, all the way to the base of her neck. She coughed lightly and immediately turned her head to the side. Brando did not know what she was up to, but he did not think much about it. He turned back to look at the Nagas below the ship. At this moment, even the sailors on the ship could see that these Nagas were here to ask for peace. Brando was not wrong. Even if they were robbers, they would not be willing to suffer so much for a robbery. After all, in this part of the sea, there were some people they could afford to offend, and some people they were destined to not touch. A force that had the strength of an elemental awakener as a guard would at least have this kind of strength. But what everyone did not know was that at this moment, Brando looked at the few Nagas below, and a thought flashed through his mind: it really is you dash. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 527. In fact, other than the shining scale Nagas, there were also the grey fins, Garo, sea serpent Nagas and 6 other races. Among them, Brando knew the grey fins Nagas the best. The differences between the Nagas in the deep sea were very different from the differences between the countries on land. Different Nagas came from different races. The grey fins Nagas were the descendants of the legendary heavenly serpent Manas. In Cruz's mythology, the dragon of calamity, Tsanglan, an immortal gave birth to a monster with 12 wings. This monster was the feathered serpent in the legends. It was both good and evil, symbolizing the pinnacle of order. Even today, there were still carvings of this monster under the eaves of courts and arbitration courts. The feathered serpent had 12 descendants, and the heavenly serpent Manas was one of them. According to legends, the heavenly serpent Manas' body was grey and white, and it guarded the entire North Sea. The North Sea was now the outer sea of Fanzan. Hence, the heavenly serpent Manas had always been regarded as the guardian of the 10 cities. As the descendants of Manas, the grey fins Nagas inherited its grey scales and fins. Of course, there was no way to verify whether the legends in the dusty ancient books were true or not. However, Brando knew about these monsters because of his experience in the Amber Sword. He stood at the side of the ship and looked at the Nagas below without saying a word. He knew that these people were not the real leaders of the Nagas. He was waiting for the real leader to come out. The others, including Captain James, received Brando's signal and stood at the side without saying a word. The sailors were also curious about what this young lord wanted to do. From the strength that Greysword Saint Mephistopheles had shown, he had the ability to do so. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Brando. The Nagas in the sea saw that the humans on the ship did not say anything and became restless. But after a while, the sea parted, and a male and female Naga swam out. The male Naga was tall and strong, and his eyes were different from the other Naga's silver-purple eyes. Instead, they were a translucent amber color. He wore a dark blue fish scale armor, and his weapon was a strangely shaped long sword. It looked like a recurved sword, but the average recurved sword was obviously not as big as this one. The tattoos on the male Naga's face were much more detailed than the other Nagas, and it was filled with a strange, wild beauty. When Brando saw this Naga, he recognized him. This Naga was a wandering boss in the sea. The players used to call him Yellow Eye, but Brando knew its real name. The Naga. It was a Naga. Name it was Naga was a Naga. It was said that when it was was much bigger than the average Naga. That was the reason why it was given its name. This story was definitely a joke among the humans, but in the culture of the Nagas, it was something worth boasting about. Being bigger meant being stronger. Sani was born to be a warrior. When he grew up, he became the commander of the Grey Fin Nagas. In the eyes of the players, it was only natural that he would become a boss. Humans, where did you come from? Sani raised his head and glanced at the three-masted ship. A hint of doubt flashed in his amber eyes, but he was much more mature and did not jump to a conclusion. Captain James was about to answer, but Brando beat him to it and said, Sani, the Seven Seas is the land of freedom to carry out the will of Martha. You Nagas have received the grace of the goddess, but you do not repent. Instead, you continue to plunder ships and kill people. Are you not afraid of punishment? His words shocked everyone. Although they had the Sword Saint as their backer, there was no need to offend the Naga. The demon whale was also a legendary sea monster. Brando's words were purely to tease the Naga. Even Mephisto looked at him in confusion. Little guy, what are you up to now? Orthlis, who was in Brando's ring, knew Brando better. She knew that he would not do anything rash. Watch me, Brando replied secretly. Sani's expression changed. Of course, he could hear the ridicule in the other party's words. But what made him even more surprised was that the other party actually called out his name. The Grey Fins had recently encountered some unforeseen events, and he had only recently taken over the position of the previous Legion commander and became the new commander of the Grey Fins Naga army. It was impossible for him to have any reputation in the Seven Seas. Who are you? How do you know me? Sani thought for a long time but could not think of a reason. Instead, he felt that this group of humans was more mysterious and suspicious. However, the more mysterious the opponent was, the more he did not dare to act rashly. He could only frown and ask. My lord, you know these Nagas? Captain James could not help but ask. He. Brando could not help but smile proudly. The people on the land had always been arrogant. Outside of civilization, there was only wilderness. Although the Nagas often attacked merchant ships and even ports, no one would know the details of a group of bandits. Perhaps the naval commanders in places like Grey Harbor and Ampere Seal would know some detailed information, but the lords and nobles on the land would not care about this. But he just knew. Brendel was secretly delighted. Compared to the others on the ship at this moment, the nervousness caused by the thought of being attacked had disappeared. Of course, he knew the other party. Not only did he know the other party's name, he also knew that this guy was a simple-minded fool. Other than being brave and good at fighting and having a brain full of muscles, there was nothing good about him. He even had the nickname, Dumb Fish. He knew this guy from the first time he explored the Kalanga Mountains in the game. They were both attacked by the Grey Fin Nagas, but the team led by his senior was not to be trifled with. They easily defeated the other party's attack. The Nagas did not always bring the demon whales and mermaids along as bandits. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by the navies of the surrounding countries. What happened next was that Erewhon's players generously released the other party's captives and won the friendship of the other party. This friendship did not seem to be very strong, but the Grey Fin Nagas had always kept this friendship. Even when Erewhon was destroyed, Sani, who had already sat on the throne, led the Grey Fin Nagas to support Erewhon's navy. This was only because Brando's guild was on Erewhon's side. This friendship had been maintained for a long time in the Amber Sword. Before Brando went north to join the Knight's Kingdom, Grecius, he had stayed in the Shining Sea for a period of time. At that time, many Erewhon's players used this as a base to fight guerrilla warfare in Erewhon's territory. Although they did not manage to save the kingdom's fate in the end, the Grey Fin Naga's favor was remembered in everyone's heart. Brando was no exception. When he saw this familiar face, although the Naga's face looked a little strange, his heart was filled with a strange feeling. It was just like when he saw the Valkyrie when she was still a village girl. The feeling of returning to the old land and seeing everything in history unfold in front of his eyes spontaneously arose. Brando couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only when he saw these familiar people did he feel like he was truly living in this world. But of course, he knew that this sense of familiarity was just an illusion. At this moment, the Naga didn't recognize him, and he didn't know him either. The Faraway had never released the Grey Fin Naga's prisoners, and they had never received any favors from the gray-fin Naga. Both sides had nothing to do with each other, and if he didn't answer his next question properly, he was afraid that both sides would meet on the battlefield. At this moment, everyone was waiting for him to answer. Brando thought about it seriously and replied, "I think your father should remember the merchant ship that passed by here 20 years ago, right?" When Sonny heard 20 years ago, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was the first possibility that came to his mind. This was actually related to his own privacy. His father was saved by a human merchant on this sea 20 years ago. If it wasn't for this matter, Sonny might not even exist in this world. The gray-fin Naga valued their reputation and knew how to repay kindness. Of course, his father had told him about this matter, hoping that he would have the opportunity to meet the merchant or the merchant's descendant again so that he could repay his kindness. Sonny had never told anyone about this matter, so of course, he wouldn't suspect that Brando was lying to him. But unfortunately, Brando really was lying to him. This was because Sonny would never have dreamed that he would tell Brando and the others about this matter in the future. At that time, their friendship was already very deep. Sonny hoped that Brando and the others could go to the mainland to help him find the merchant. Of course, that was another quest in the Amber Sword, and in the end, it was left unfinished. But Brando didn't expect that it would come in handy at this moment. And coincidentally, the merchant was a hawk from the south of St. Tassel, which was relatively close to Karsuk. It was only separated by a strait, and there were also ruins of the Highland Wizards. Brando's lie about being the merchant's descendant or being related to the merchant was completely understandable. "My father passed away 3 years ago," Sonny replied, "but I dare not forget the matter you mentioned." "You are." "I'm not the merchant's descendant, but I have some relationship with him. I heard him talk about this matter. I'm the descendant of the Highland Wizards. You know that people like us like to get to the bottom of things, so I specifically investigated this matter to see if it was true or not. That's how I learned about your father and your situation. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Brando smiled and replied. He didn't want to force Sonny to repay his kindness. In the game, he and Sonny were very close, so he wouldn't do such a thing. In fact, he only mentioned this matter to find an excuse to get closer to Sonny. Brando believed that he could win Sonny's favor, just like in the game. Because in a sense, they and the players in Senpai's team who had been fighting for Erwin's fate were actually the same kind of people. Sonny was silent for a while. Finally, he nodded and replied, "I see. Then the attack just now was our fault. Fortunately, it didn't cause any serious consequences. Since you are the friend of an old friend, I promise that your ships will be able to pass through the sea area without being attacked. The gray-fin Nagas will never go back on their words." Sonny's words were very awkward, and Brando couldn't help but laugh secretly. This guy was still as stupid as before. He knew that Sonny wouldn't do anything to harm the gray-fin Nagas because of personal friendship. If he was really the descendant of an old friend, Sonny would definitely report to the queen. Thinking about it, the gray-fin Nagas should still be ruled by the Frost Dew Queen. Brando remembered that the pearl of the gray-fin Nagas would die of illness 3 years later. After that, Sonny rose step by step and became the king of the gray-fin Nagas. But now, the most powerful and beautiful queen in the history of the gray-fin Nagas should still be in power. Although Brando knew that Sonny would definitely be able to convince the queen, he wouldn't skip this step. This guy was such a stubborn person. And now, he was saying this because Brando's strength had won the respect of the other party. The Nagas were unwilling to fight with a warship with a sword saint, so they were forced to find an excuse. Brando had seen many such excuses before, but to be able to say it as bluntly as Sonny, he was the only one in the entire Shining Sea. Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, "Thank you very much, but I still have a question." Everyone was stunned. When they heard that the Nagas would let them go, Captain James and the other sailors heaved a sigh of relief. After all, no one would feel good when there was a prehistoric beast cruising next to them. When they heard that they could escape, they were naturally relieved. But they didn't expect that not only did Brando not leave, he even took the initiative to climb over. What was there to discuss with a robber? Wouldn't it be better to leave as soon as possible? Everyone couldn't help but have such a thought. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 528. I've rarely heard of mermaids and nagas appearing together. What's the reason for that? Brando asked as he stood by the side of the ship. It's none of your business, human. Before Sonny could answer, the girl beside him scolded him coldly. Brando then noticed that the girl only had a pair of jade-like arms. She had a graceful figure and looked like a human girl. She was not a naga, but she was a real mermaid. Looking at her, she seemed to be angry. The mermaids were kind by nature and never participated in robbing merchant ships. If the Grey Finns were not facing a life and death crisis, they would not have broken their promise and appeared here. What made Jenny angry was that this young man actually asked, I've rarely heard of mermaids and nagas appearing together. What's the reason for that? She could not help but grit her teeth. She was afraid that if this rumor spread, the world would think that the mermaids were robbers too. Looks like you're in some trouble too, Brando replied sharply. What are you trying to say? Sonny frowned. I just want to ask if there's anything we can do to help. Brando asked tentatively. Sonny hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be moved, but his expression changed. Brando guessed that the Grey Finns nagas were in real trouble. Otherwise, they would not be so hesitant. He searched his memory for the big events that happened in the Shining Sea during this period. He vaguely remembered the legendary War of the Western Sea. However, the War of the Western Sea started earlier than the War of the Black Rose. It lasted from the beginning of the game to the end of the first act. There were only a few introductions on the forum. This was a war that happened at the border of Erewhon. There were almost no players outside the civilization that participated in it. Brando thought for a moment and said, how about this? We're actually merchants too. We have a lot of goods on board. If you need anything, we can talk about business here. There's no need to stick to formalities when doing business. Even Captain James could see that he was trying to befriend the Grey Finn nagas. However, the young captain had his doubts. The Grey Finn nagas were not the strongest pirates in the Glittering Sea, and it was unknown whether they were trustworthy or not. Moreover, the Grey Finn nagas were not the strongest in the Glittering Sea. You make it sound nice. The mermaid spoke again. Her voice was very pleasant, as if she was singing. However, it was very tricky. Didn't you say that we are bandits? What if we ask for the money on your ship? Will you agree or not? After saying that, she stared at Brando. If this fake businessman said no, she would definitely mock him for going back on his words. If she agreed, judging from the sparkle in her eyes, she would probably climb up the pole. However, the mermaid knew that human merchants had always been stingy and greedy, and would most likely find an excuse. Unexpectedly, Brando didn't even think about it and directly replied, it's not impossible. The mermaid's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, human. Don't you want to do business? Who does business like you? She was sure that Brando was making fun of them and couldn't help but question him. I've heard that the war between the Nagas has reached its climax, and there are proxy wars between the countries on the continent. I'll invest in your war, and if you win, I might be able to get a share of the profits. Even if I lose, I'll only lose a ship of goods. However, I can still buy a favor. Why wouldn't I do such a profitable business? Brando asked. When he said that, the mermaid immediately became alert. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and ask, how do you know that we're at war? He tricked you. Sonny sighed. Although he was rigid, he wasn't stupid. The so-called dumb fish was just a nickname that Brendel and the others gave him, saying that he did not know how to be flexible. He reached out and pulled the mermaid behind him, afraid that this stubborn witch would reveal all their secrets. He had never heard of doing business like this before. wouldn't it be a huge loss for them? The mermaid finally reacted and couldn't help but gnash her teeth as she glared at Brando. She had never seen such a despicable person before. No wonder the elders in her tribe said that humans were treacherous and cunning. The people behind Brando wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, especially Carglass. The young man felt that his lord was extremely cunning. He had heard that his lord's fiancée was good at managing money and was a first-class merchant, but now it seemed that it was just a matter of family tradition. Only Amandina couldn't help but remind him, "My lord." Brando nodded at her, indicating that she didn't need to worry. He knew that she was afraid that he would lose out. It wasn't a big deal to lose a ship's worth of goods, but if Brando really invested in a war, Tanajal's finances would definitely not be able to support it. Of course, he was just saying it because he knew the direction of history. The gray-fin Nagas might not be able to unify the Shining Sea, but at least they would still exist a few decades later. This meant that even if they didn't win this war, at least they didn't lose too badly. Moreover, even if Brando wanted to invest, Sani and the legendary Naga Queen might not accept it. Everyone knew that there was no such thing as charity in this world. All right, Sani finally thought it through and asked, "Human, do you have any herbs on your ship?" "Herbs? Are any of you injured?" Brando keenly grasped the crux of the problem. There was no lack of herbs in the sea, but the Nagas lacked alchemy skills. They must have some important person who was seriously injured, and ordinary people wouldn't use the demon whale and the mermaids. He immediately thought of the Naga Queen's illness that would happen 3 years later. He thought that it might not be an illness at all, but that she died because her injuries were too serious. The Naga Queen had the strength of an elemental awakener, so it was completely possible that her injuries dragged on for 3 years. The more Brando thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was the closest to the truth. "You're asking too much," Sani replied unhappily. "All right, let me guess. I heard that there are many rare herbs in the deep sea. Normal injuries wouldn't be a problem for you. Even though there are only some herbs on far away, I heard that the medical skills on land are much better than the kingdoms in the deep sea. I just happen to have some magical substitutes here, which might be useful for you," Brando replied. "What is that?" Sani asked. Brando had already taken out a small, translucent crystal bottle. This was the most valuable gift that Amon had given to him, holy water number 1. There were only a few bottles of holy water number 1 in the first place. This was a product that even the top archbishop and alchemist of the Holy Cathedral of Fire had to put in all their effort and take months to complete. The 2 bottles in his hands might be the last samples left in the world. Brando decided to take a gamble. If the other party was really injured by the legendary queen, then this bottle of potion would be worth it. If not, then he would lose everything. But since he had already taken it out, he wouldn't be stingy. He directly threw the bottle that was worth 10,000 gold. Sani took the bottle of holy water number 1 and was a little confused. Of course, he recognized that this was the water of life. However, the Nagas had been robbing Erewhon's merchant ships for many years, so they had a lot of holy water in stock. It was not that they hadn't used these holy water before, but it was useless. The bottle of holy water in his hand was one size smaller than the average holy water, so it might be even less useful. He raised his head and was about to ask when the mermaid behind him suddenly changed her expression. She grabbed the bottle of holy water number 1 from his hand and carefully opened the cork to take a sniff. Then, as if she had been electrocuted, she immediately put the cork back. Sani saw that the witch who had followed him was trembling. He knew that something was wrong. Although the other party was a little naive, she had inherited the profound knowledge of the witches. She definitely wouldn't act like this for no reason. "What's going on?" He couldn't help but ask. If I'm not wrong, this should be holy water number 1. The mermaid's voice was trembling as she whispered. "Holy water number 1? What's that?" Sani didn't understand. "Let's put it this way. Master Sani, if the glittering sea has an owner, with just this bottle of holy water, you can buy half of the glittering sea." Jenny replied with a strange expression. "Ah." This time, Sani was also stunned. he suddenly felt that what he had just received was not a bottle of potion, but a heavy bomb. Although it wasn't the first time he had participated in a robbery, he had never seen goods of this level of value. The Nagas were also selective when they robbed merchant ships. They would usually avoid the truly large merchant ships and royal fleets. Otherwise, the navies of the various countries around the glittering sea would not be easy to deal with. Can it be cured? Sonny couldn't help but stutter. Enough. It's completely enough. We don't need that much at all. Just a little will do. The mermaid replied happily. Sonny fell silent for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked at Brando. Human, are you really going to give this to us? You know, we can't possibly afford this price. It's okay, Brando replied as if he didn't care. Like I said before, if we can't afford it, I can buy a share. How could he buy a share in a war? Sonny felt that this human was becoming more and more mysterious. He had never seen anyone do business like this. However, he thought for a moment and asked seriously, then, may I know your name, sir? Just call me Brando. Because of what I'm doing now, it's not convenient for me to reveal my surname, Brando replied half-truthfully. I understand. Alright, I'll say it again here. I, Sonny, in the name of the Grey Finns clan, declare that from today onwards, as long as the merchant ships on this sea carry your name, they will be under the protection of the Grey Finns Nagas. Any attack on these merchant ships will be seen as a provocation to the Grey Finns Nagas. We will fight back with war. Sonny's resolute voice echoed on the surface of the sea. As soon as he said this, it was Captain James's turn to change his expression. Sonny seemed to be repeating what he had said before, but the meaning behind it was completely different. This time, Sonny's promise was obviously more formal and detailed. If what he said was true, then it meant that in the future, all of Brando's merchant ships on the shining sea would have almost no chance of being robbed. And as long as the Grey Finns Nagas existed, this fact would continue. As someone who made a living on the sea all year round, the young captain naturally understood the meaning behind this. One had to know that apart from the large merchant ships and the royal fleet, the probability of ordinary merchant ships being robbed on the shining sea was as high as 30%. Small merchants could face the situation of losing everything at any time. However, with this promise from Sonny, it was almost certain that Brando's merchant fleet would be comparable to the famous merchant groups in Ampere Seal in the future. If Brando had the intention to do business, however, Sonny looked deeply at Brando and added, not only that, if your Excellency's goods are really as effective as you say, then I promise, as long as your Excellency does not do anything hostile to the Grey Finns Nagas in the future, your Excellency will always be a friend of our clan. What he meant was that if Brando lied about the holy water, then the previous agreement would definitely not be valid. Sonny did not say anything definite. After all, he still did not believe that a strange human would promise such a huge benefit for no reason. Since the witch said that this bottle of potion was worth half of the shining sea, then the true value of this bottle of potion was worth half of the shining sea. Sonny did not believe that any human would be willing to give away such a huge fortune. However, after the experiment, everything would be determined. He gestured to the other Nagas, then turned around and dived into the sea with the mermaid, leaving only a white trail on the surface of the sea. The remaining Nagas waited for the two of them to completely disappear before saying to Brando and the rest, "Human friends, Lord Sonny has ordered us to escort you on your journey." Brando nodded. Although it was an escort, it was actually a surveillance. However, as long as Sonny could prove that the number one holy water he gave was real, then these Nagas would be hell-bent on escorting them to Ampere Seal. Naturally, he would be happy to have some guards for no reason. However, compared to this, he had actually been observing Sonny's left shoulder. He remembered that when they first met in the future, there was a scary scar there, but he could not see it now. It must have been left in this battle. Brando originally wanted to remind Sonny, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, for every warrior, the experience of being on the verge of death was very precious. He turned around and realized that he had done a huge favor for the Nagas. Their friendship had been established, and it was an unexpected surprise for this trip. Brando raised his head and saw that the sailors were preparing to set sail again. Captain James stood at the side and said enviously, "My lord is really doing good business." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 529. As the busiest commercial port and cargo distribution center in Erewhon, and even the entire southern part of Cruz, the port was bustling all day long, from the early hours of the morning when the lampposts were hung with cold, shaky lights until the moon rose above the sea. Merchants and dockworkers were busy all day long, accumulating an astonishing amount of wealth for this giant port. Only during the season when storms visited the shining sea every year would this golden sea route be deserted, allowing the residents of the city to stop and rest for a while. Archbishop Wood stood under the white stone lighthouse, wearing a white robe with red trim. A figure like him was sent here by the Holy Cathedral to serve as the bishop of the Ampere Seal Diocese and the spiritual leader of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in Erewhon. As long as he stayed in this position for 15 years, he would have the qualifications to enter the core power of the Holy Cathedral and become one of the 11 great priests. At that point, even the position of High Priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was just a step away. Most people would not be able to imagine what a person of his status would want. Wood's face was thin, and his cheeks were sunken. Even though he was not even 80 years old, he looked like an old man who had been through a lot. Only his sunken eyes were still bright and full of vigor. His majestic aura was enough to make a normal person cower in fear. The archbishop pursed his lips and looked calm, but his heart was not any calmer than the nobles in Aween who had been around for a while. The lion beast men in Tokunin are ready to make a move. They must have the support of the Holy Cathedral of Earth. Wood stood on the hillside and looked at the sailing ships of various sizes coming in and out of the port, leaving long trails in the blue bay. The sailing sails formed a strange sight in the waters of the pier. Every waterway was full of experienced navigators waiting to enter and exit. The wealth contained in the endless stream made the high and mighty man sigh. Erewhon is the front line against the Holy Cathedral of Earth. We cannot allow this civil war to continue for too long. We don't have much time left. Beside him, his good friend, Priest Icon, nodded in agreement. The two of them had been partners for many years. Although neither of them were natives of Erewhon, they knew this ancient kingdom like the back of their hand. However, the lion beast men are getting restless. If they really want to invade, they'll probably have to wait until next year. Especially since they haven't received any rations this autumn, the Earth Holy Hall won't dare to act rashly. Wood glanced at his companion. Do you know how old this white stone lighthouse is, Icon? Priest Icon glanced at the lighthouse beside them. This lighthouse was once the symbol of Ampere Seal. When the late King Eric built the port here, Ampere Seal was far from its current size, and it was not a so-called trading port. This lighthouse once guided the navy of the late King Eric and the navy of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to battle on the nearby sea. The Whitestone Lighthouse had always been seen as a symbol of Erewhon, a symbol of persistence in the darkness. It's a pity that the lighthouse was destroyed in a fire 50 years ago. Its historical value was also destroyed. Although a new lighthouse was rebuilt, it's not the same as the original. Icon understood what his companion meant. He admired the royal faction and Her Royal Highness because they had the same persistence for glory as him. However, history was history, and Wood was obviously reminding him to look at all of this fairly. This kingdom is the same. No matter how old it is, the glory it insisted on has been abandoned by its descendants. What's left is just a shell. In comparison, it was given a new mission, just like this lighthouse, that's its true value. I understand, Lord Archbishop, Icon replied humbly. Wood nodded. The Holy Cathedral had always been fair and would not easily interfere in the internal affairs of its subordinate countries. That was why they could maintain their authority. He and his assistant had been partners for many years, and he admired his insistence on justice and honor. But that was then, and this was now. He would never allow his assistant to interfere in Aween's internal affairs and side with the princess. Thinking of this, the archbishop could not help but look back at the direction of the city. Ampere Seal was one of the largest cities in the south. The harbor was connected to the back and the roofs extended far into the horizon like an ant's nest. The tallest building in the city was undoubtedly the Temple of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The temple was looming in the fog. He could not help but think of what the little girl Magadal had mentioned to him and shook his head. That was impossible. The Holy Cathedral would not side with either side no matter what, and the great priest would not be so hasty. At this time, the bell on the white lighthouse rang again. The sound of the bronze bell caused the nearby ground to tremble and the sand to shake. The sound could be heard for dozens of miles, and even half of the city could hear it clearly. The bell indicated that a ship had entered the harbor. Wood and Icon looked up and saw a sailboat with 3 large sails entering the harbor. It's a ship coming back from Lübeck. Icon recognized the flag on the ship immediately. At this time of the year, the storm is about to close off the southern sea route. This should be the last ship coming back from Lübeck this month. It's a little late. People who sail the sea all year round are desperate. Wood looked at the ship and could not help but sigh. People are blinded by money. Although wealth is important, it is not as precious as life. Icon shook his head. But this time, the archbishop did not agree. He only sighed with a famous joke by Hesse I, who was ridiculed as the king of the road in Erewhon's history. Without wealth, how can there be life? The 2 high priests sighed on the lighthouse hill, but the officials of the Port Authority of Ampere Seal were not so idle. To be exact, these small people who were usually busy were almost in a mess. Kinoan O. Paris was the son of a noble family in Ampere Seal that was neither too big nor too small. Relying on his father's connections, he finally became the deputy director of the Port Authority. However, less than half a week after he took office, a piece of news almost made him throw away the pointed helmet on his head and run away in panic. What did you say? Pallion, you bastard, what did I tell you yesterday? If you drink too much or joke with me again, I will definitely drive you out. I don't care who you are. The unlucky young man roared angrily at the communication crystal in his hand. He almost threw the valuable thing away. Do you think I'm an idiot? No, I'm serious. On the other end of the communication crystal was Kinoan's good friend. In Owen's words, they were brothers who grew up together. Even though they were both descendants of nobles, he was not very reliable. He drank too much, played with women while on duty, got into fights, and did almost everything that could be done on the docks, but Kinoan kept him here because their relationship could be described with the word iron. But at this moment, the usually sloppy young man seemed to have suffered a great shock. He said in a mournful tone, "Brother, I swear in the name of Lady Martha that I didn't lie to you. I really saw a demon whale. Of course, if the woman who claimed to be a female pirate didn't lie to me, listen to me, that thing is exactly the same as the tattoo on her left butt. No, I have to say that the things at sea are much scarier now. *ck your butt, don't mention that woman to me." Kinoan did not even care about the last bit of modesty he had as a noble. Of course, this generation of nobles did not have much modesty to speak of, especially young people who grew up in the mixed environment of Ampere Seal. He pulled at his collar fiercely, but when he heard that the other party swore in the name of Martha, he felt a little uncertain. He also understood that if possible, this lawless guy would even dare to sleep with Lady Martha. Of course, this was just a saying. Kinoan was now beginning to feel a little helpless. A demon whale was about to attack the port? Oh my God, was he living in a mythical era? Kinoan sat at his expensive mahogany desk and thought for a long time. With great difficulty, he came up with the following 3 comprehensive plans: abscond with the money, abscond with the money, and abscond with the money. But he immediately crumpled his hair into a ball. If he did that, his old man would be the first to kill him. Kinoan was born to be as lawless as his good brother, and he was not even afraid of the king of Awen. However, he immediately revealed his true colors in front of his old man. When he thought of his old man's angry face, his legs turned to jelly. He grabbed the communication crystal with great difficulty and swallowed his saliva. Brother, good luck, I'll take my leave first. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Kinoan's words turned into, wait for me, I'll be there right away. The soldiers at the port were in a mess, but at this moment, a certain person on the sea looked at Ampere Seal from afar and felt very helpless. The port city of Ampere Seal and the surrounding areas and towns have a population of 310,000. A huge magic system maintains the operation of the city, such as sewage, lighting, water supply, and garbage disposal. The mysterious magic that is rarely seen in the countryside south of Erewhon is everywhere here. Merchants spend a lot of money to hire wizards to serve them. Some of these wizards have worked here for decades and are deeply rooted in their positions. The wizards have formed their own guild called the Eye of Ampere Seal. This wizard organization not only maintains the daily operation of the city, but also intervenes in the security of the port. They prevent adventurers from fighting and set up a city lock to prevent foreign wizards from casting spells in the city. They also set up a super-large anti-air magic circle in the inner city of Ampere Seal to prevent the port from being attacked from the sky. Brando stood at the side of the ship and introduced the port to the others. Suddenly, he sighed. He turned his head with a helpless and almost desperate look in his eyes. Finally, he saw the legendary monster, the king of the sea beasts, the demon whale that was as huge as a mountain, wave its fins at them like a naughty child, and then slowly dived into the deep sea. My old man said that the demon whale's intelligence is not inferior to that of an adult, and now it seems that it is true. Captain James also saw this scene and could not help but sigh. But Amandina looked at Brando suspiciously and could not help but ask, my lord, what exactly did you give the Nagas? Why did they look at you as if they were looking at their king? They actually let the demon whale escort us into the port. How are we going to hide our identities now? But I heard that the Nagas' king is a woman. After a week of training, the little Roman could now freely appear on the deck. She rolled her eyes and directly feminized Brando. Brando wiped the sweat off his forehead. He did not expect the Nagas to be so hospitable, but to let the demon whale escort them into the port, Brando felt that other than the dumb fish Sani, most people would not be able to do something so creative. He coughed and said in disbelief, let's see how it goes. Anyway, the people in the port don't know that this big guy is following us. As long as we don't admit it, it'll be fine. With that, he looked at the young captain. James shrugged and replied, my lord doesn't want to be famous, so I naturally will not overstep my boundaries. My lord, you can rest assured about the people on my ship. At this point, the young captain was actually a little helpless. To be honest, my lord's reputation is much higher than mine. Even if I don't say anything, they will still keep their mouths shut. What he was talking about was naturally the 2 bottles of holy water that Brando gave him. It could be said that the entire ship's sailors now respected Brando, who had a sword saint as his teacher and was a kind and amiable noble like a god. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 530. When the demon whale disappeared from the surface of the sea, the guards of the port of Ampere Seal almost set off their cannons in celebration. When Faraway docked, Brando and the rest were not interrogated because Lord Kinoan was busy thinking about how to write about how he fought off the legendary sea monster. Furthermore, there was more than one ship entering and leaving the port. No one would have thought that a demon whale was here to escort Faraway, a 3-masted ship that had just entered the port. Sometimes, the truth was closer to a lie, but if anyone dared to tell Kinoan this, the head of the port authority would definitely throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. He did not want his subordinates to treat him like a fool. Faraway docked at Pier 14. As soon as Brando got off the ship, he saw Sue coming to greet him. Sue had arrived in Ampere Seal under her father's request. This almond-skinned girl with braided hair was now in charge of managing Tonagel's trade with the outside world. She enjoyed a lot of independence. When she was in Bragg's, she did her job faithfully. Brando trusted her and entrusted her with important tasks. Now, Sue controlled almost all of Tanajal's funds, but when she came to greet them, she was still wearing the same checkered dress as before. When Sue saw Brando, she was a little surprised. Although she knew about the changes in the past year from the letters she exchanged with her father, and knew about Brando's identity and the funds in his hands, she could not help but take a second look at Brando. Brando smiled at her. He was in a good mood to see an old acquaintance of Fortress Reedon. The girl ignored him with a straight face. Of course, she did not forget about her relationship with him. She heard that there were a few more girls around the Lord. She was not at ease leaving Freya in the hands of such a playboy. She was only willing to serve Brando because of her father. Sue. The Roman jumped down from the gangplank and grabbed the girl's hand. His eyes were shining. Thank you so much for the past few months. Are you okay? I heard from Uncle Redo that you often work late. He's very worried about you. The little Roman was now in charge of Tanajal's business and economy. In a sense, Sue was her direct subordinate. Of course, someone didn't realize it, but Sue couldn't ignore it. The girl glanced at Brando and lowered her head slightly. Miss Roman. Don't be like that. Do you see that the Roman doesn't want to say anything? I can help you pass on the message. Sue didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the merchant lady's antics. He finally managed to maintain his solemn expression and asked, Is father all right? He's doing well. Brando finally found the opportunity to interject. As you know from the letter, everything in the territory is on the right track, and the war has come to an end. Although I don't approve of it, your father has officially become a farmer. He's lost a lot of hair over the reclamation of the Maxon region. He's like a real old farmer, and he's thrown my military training program aside. He used to farm. Sue replied. Well, then he's going back to his old profession. Brando replied somewhat mischievously. Sue thought of her father's appearance and her lips curled up slightly. However, she was dissatisfied with Brando's tone. She glared at him and asked stiffly, What does my lord want to do next? Of course, I want to take a break first. Brando replied. This was the truth. Although he had been through many storms, he felt as if the ground was shaking after a week on the ship. If he was like this, there was no need to talk about the others. The young men of the White Lion Legion were fine on the ship, but when they stepped on solid land, they ran to the side and vomited. The little Roman's body swayed from side to side, but he didn't seem to be aware of it. I've already arranged a place to stay. It's in the city's Bauhinia Inn. However, my lord brought a lot of people, and it would be too conspicuous for everyone to stay in one inn. That's why I rented the apartment opposite. It's safer and less likely to attract attention. In addition, I've also bought a farmhouse that can be used as shelter if necessary. Sue glanced at him and replied. Brando was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so capable. She had completed her missions in the past few months in a very orderly manner. Brando liked her for her honesty and reliability, but he didn't expect her to be so quick-witted. Knowing that they might encounter trouble on this trip, she had already arranged a place for them in advance. Then let's go. Brando suddenly felt that it was too easy to have such a capable subordinate. Are there any carriages? Sue nodded. Not only were there carriages, but Sue had also prepared 10 of them. However, these 10 carriages weren't parked together, but set off in several batches. Brando let his men ride the carriages into the city first. It wasn't his first time in Ampere Seal, but he knew that the young men of the White Lion Legion who came from the countryside of Tanajal couldn't wait to see the largest and most prosperous city in Erewhon. The carriages entered the inner city from the port gate. Because of the constant flow of goods, the roads in this area were wet and emitted a salty smell of the sea. Most of the buildings on both sides of the road were all kinds of trading houses. From fur to logs, from gems to metal minerals, as well as art, gold and silver utensils, goods from all over the world gathered here. In any place south of Ampere Seal, you wouldn't see so many people gathered in one place. These people came from the north, the south, and even foreign lands. Amandina even saw some merchants, mercenaries, adventurers, and travelers from the Nine Phoenix Empire. They were all dressed differently, and everyone in the carriage was stunned for a moment. The carriages passed by some tall buildings. Most of the merchants had built majestic trading houses to show the strength of their business groups. The noble lady and the merchant lady had never seen such a majestic building before. They couldn't help but exclaim, "It's amazing. Bragg's City Hall is just like this." Brando didn't comment on Amandina's words. The 14th Bishop of Ampere Seal, Andra, once said that, "There are gold and opportunities here." This sentence expressed the yearning of the people for this giant port, but countless people also went bankrupt here. People often only looked at the surface, but often ignored the opportunities and risks. The carriages passed by the second city gate. This was a majestic fortress. When Brando first came here in the game, he couldn't afford the expensive carriages in the city. He still remembered the shock of walking through the fortress. This was the gateway to Ampere Seal. Ampere Seal was not only a good trading port, but also a naval fortress of the late King Eric. Ampere Seal had mountains on both sides, and it was almost impossible to attack from land. The only way in was through the sea. Hence, the fortress that guarded this gateway was built to be extremely ridiculous. This petrol fortress looked like a towering mountain from the outside. Due to its special construction requirements, its watchtower could observe any ship within a radius of tens of nautical miles on the sea. Hence, the fortress looked particularly tall, especially when the Holy Cathedral added a giant statue of the Flame King on top of it during the second reconstruction. The entire fortress looked like a temple in the clouds. After passing through this fortress, there was Ampere Seal's famous Square Avenue. There were many hotels here, and the level of luxury was no less than that of the palace. There were also all kinds of luxurious apartments. Many foreign travelers and merchants lived here all year round. The locals called it the Golden Square. Although it was only a small area in the first half of the huge city, it was the most luxurious place in the port. Brando looked at the exquisite statues and gardening on the Square Avenue as he slowly walked away from the carriage. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he was revisiting an old place. But in fact, it was just that he was revisiting an old place, only slightly different. Brando still couldn't see the future. The first time he came here was during the Flower Festival in Ampere Seal. At that time, it was much more lively, not to mention the players. "It's so beautiful." The Roman leaned her whole body against the window of the carriage, her chin resting on the window frame as she muttered to herself. It was worrying that she would collapse one side of the carriage. "The future Valhalla will be even more beautiful." Brando replied. "Really?" The Roman turned her head. She really did turn her head. This young lady seemed to be too lazy to even move her body. She used her chin as a fulcrum to tilt her head, completing this difficult movement. Because she couldn't turn her head completely, she squinted at Brando, looking very cute. "Of course." Brando replied affirmatively. He had seen the world tree in the loop of trade winds, and he had no doubts about the future of his territory. Besides, it was his city. How could it be bad? But in the midst of the conversation, the carriage suddenly stopped, and some guards appeared outside the carriage. Brando was slightly startled. He thought that the guards of the Port Authority had finally reacted and came to arrest the culprit. But he saw Sue, who was sitting opposite him, shaking her head at him, indicating that they didn't need to be nervous. "What's going on?" "Nothing. I heard that the Lion Men in the north are about to make a move, and the Holy Cathedral has tightened the security. Ampere Seal is a mixed bag, and this is to prevent spies from sneaking into Erewhon disguised as merchants," Sue said lightly. Brando remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Historically, the Lion Men in Toquinen had been restless since the War of the Black Rose, but the tribes on the Great Plains also had a lot of problems to deal with, so they only invaded Erewhon in the spring of the second year after the Year of the Sword. When the war began, Erewhon had not recovered from the civil war, but soon the Princess Regent, who had just come to power, stabilized the situation. Then the players joined the war, and that war was also the war that established the princess's prestige. But it was still early, and there was still a year to go. Brando was relieved after hearing that, but he remembered something else and couldn't help but ask, how are the negotiations with the nobles? Ordinary people aren't too sure, but it's said that the first negotiation failed, and the next one will be a week later. Sue glanced at Brando. The negotiations between the princess and Duke Enrich have made progress. Her ministers have met with the Duke's envoys 3 times this week, but I haven't heard that they have formed an alliance. Now that the nobles of the north and south have gathered in Ampere Seal, I guess the next meeting will be after the nobles' meeting. Brando nodded. This was more or less what he expected. Everything now was basically in line with the timeline in history, and he still had some time. But when he looked at Sue, he couldn't help but sigh. That little bar maid from Fortress Reden had grown up so quickly, becoming a talent who could hold her own. No matter who saw Sue now, they wouldn't associate her with that little girl from before. Thinking of this, he was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Then if I want to participate in the nobles' meeting, is there any way?" "It's not easy." The girl shook her head gently. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 531. It was indeed not easy. Brando knew that this meeting of nobles was not so much a negotiation as it was a last resort for both sides to fight for bargaining chips. The participants were all at the peak of Erewhon's power. There were 6 dukes, Enrich, Cipher, Covardo, Viro, Karsuk, and Grenoires, 2 marquises, the Lord of the Sword Citadel, Marquis Balta, and the king's cousin, Marquis Joachim. There were also 5 earls with special privileges, 2 archbishops of the Holy Cathedral, and many leading figures of Ampere Seal's merchant groups. It would be very difficult to blend in with these people without extraordinary means. Fortunately, this was not a temporary matter. The nobles would only start a new round of negotiations next week, so Brando had time. He entrusted this matter to Sue because he had more important things to do. After he settled the youths of the White Lion Legion, he took Amandina and Scarlet with him, rented a carriage and went straight to the inner city. The destination of the carriage was the Anderla Cathedral in the inner city. The cathedral was built in the year 227 of the First Era, more than 100 years ago. It was built by the merchants of the city and completed by the master architect, Rognan. It was the most famous artistic treasure of Ampere Seal. The main hall was oval-shaped, with countless pillars extending out from the side walls. The sharp arched door at the front symbolized the majesty and supremacy of the divine authority. The pilgrims walked slowly up the 120 steps, and in front of them was a huge fountain square. It was majestic and natural. Carriages were not allowed to pass through the square in front of the Holy Cathedral. When Amandina and Scarlet stepped out of the carriage and saw the majestic Holy Cathedral, they couldn't help but be speechless. Anyone who came from the south and was called a country bumpkin by the locals of Ampere Seal would be stunned when they saw the Holy Cathedral. This was the only place where Erewhon could become a Templar Knight. Erewhon's Holy Cathedral of Fire had 2 ranks of knight. The Paladin Knight was a title given to those who had crossed the elemental barrier, and the Templar Knight was a real profession. In the beginning, the Templar Knight was a soldier monk of the Holy Cathedral, but it was later opened to the nobles. Players who wanted to advance to this profession had to meet 2 conditions. One was to have a clean background, and the second was to be full of reverence for the Flame King's spiritual symbol, the golden fire. The latter was simple, as long as their religious knowledge, crews, reached level 10. The former was more troublesome, and players needed to get a letter of recommendation from the nobles. The letter in Brando's hand was sent in the name of Erewhon's academic master, Tulman. After the calamity of wolves, it was easy for Brando to ask for a recommendation letter. Besides, he already had the intention of becoming a Templar Knight, so he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. This was the second letter of recommendation that Tulman wrote to him. The old man joked that Brendel was a cunning little fox and nothing good would come out of it. He was obviously reminding Brendel that he had not forgotten about the small matter that Brendel had tricked him. Brando could only laugh at this. At that time, he had no choice, and in all seriousness, he did not lie. However, Brando did not want to start the slate war prematurely and disrupt history, so it was not convenient for him to talk about this matter in detail. Brando handed the recommendation letter to the guard of the Holy Cathedral. Those who were able to become a Knight of Honor at the main entrance of the Anderla Cathedral were not simple people. Most of these people were born nobles, and had a certain amount of background. Therefore, the guard immediately recognized that the silver letter in Brando's hand had an extraordinary origin. He did not dare to be negligent, and after asking about Brando's intentions, he immediately led Brando to the back of the cathedral, where the priests rested. If it was an ordinary person, the guard naturally would not have done so. However, Brando was accompanied by the red-haired girl with a ponytail, Scarlet, and the noble girl in a black dress. The former's aura of a high-ranked warrior could not be faked, while the latter's aura was that of a high-ranked advisor. Moreover, Brando's current appearance was not bad, and coupled with the aura of a gold-ranked ranker, it naturally gave people the illusion that he was a person of high status. This was the reason why Brando only brought Scarlet and Amandina. At first glance, the guard mistook Brando for a descendant of a noble, and was already somewhat convinced in his heart. Coupled with the dazzling personal symbol on the silver letter, he did not dare to doubt it. The Anderla Cathedral was divided into two parts, the front and back. Most people who entered the cathedral to worship would at most stop at the front of the cathedral. However, Brando was actually very familiar with the latter part of the cathedral. For example, the place he was currently in was actually the training area of the Knights of the Cathedral. It was divided into the dormitory area, 3 halls for training, and a meditation room. He was currently in the meditation room used for class advancement. The steps for a Templar Knight's class advancement were actually very simple. They only needed an experienced priest to use holy water to salute them. However, the special thing was that a Templar Knight could receive several levels of blessings at the beginning of their class advancement. Generally speaking, the higher the rank of the priest, the higher the level of blessings received. The levels of blessings were actually free levels, and to the natives, it was equivalent to having different levels of power after class advancement. This was a great temptation for ordinary people, so many nobles spent a lot of money to bribe the cathedral, hoping that their children would be saluted by a priest of higher status. Of course, the ones who saluted were usually the lower-ranked priests. The 2 priests of the Ampere Seal diocese were of high status, and although they knew that their subordinates were bribed, they would not participate in the corruption. The guard found an elderly priest for Brando. When Brando saw the red border on the priest's white robe, his eyelids could not help but twitch. This old man was also a high-ranking priest, and his status was second only to the regional priests like Amon and Wood. However, he was still a respectable existence. Tolman's reputation was really big, even the cathedral had to do him a favor. He saw the guard whisper a few words in the elder priest's ear, and he guessed that the guard was probably explaining his identity and origin. The elder priest's eyes showed a look of uncertainty. Brando was very clear about the steps involved, and hurriedly handed in his letter of introduction. After the elder priest checked the letter, there was only caution in his eyes. In fact, Tolman's reputation was too prominent, and very few people knew that he had once held Fleetwood's current position. Although Tolman, who lived in Braggs, rarely appeared in the noble circle of Erewhon after leaving the position of the head of the Royal Library and handing over the position of the chief court mage, his name was definitely well known in this circle. Although Tolman was born in Erewhon, he was actually a Buga, and everyone knew this. Back then, the 4 sages had all received the grace of the Buga people. The Buga wizards could now have a transcendent status, not only because they were the Silver Folk, but also because they never intervened in the disputes of the 4 holy cathedrals. The 4 holy cathedrals were in awe of this neutral organization. May I ask what relationship you have with Master Tolman? After all, the elder priest was more mature. Tolman had been living in seclusion for many years, and now someone suddenly came with his letter to change class to a Templar Knight. Of course, he had checked the letter, and there was nothing wrong with it, but he still had to ask for the details. I have nothing to do with the master, but the master had a little relationship with my family in the early years. He tried his best to be vague with his words. After all, he knew that no one would go to Tolman to verify his words. Even if there was, Tolman would probably help him lie. The elder priest nodded. The relationship between the nobles was complicated, and many people did not want to be too clear about it. Brando was more or less done. As long as the letter was not fake, it was enough. After all, this young man only wanted to change class to a Templar knight, and not join the Holy Cathedral. He put away the letter and replied, "Originally, it was Master Tolman's request that the Lord Officiant personally salute you, but you came at a bad time. The Lord Officiant just happened to be out. Why don't you come back after a while?" As soon as the elder priest spoke, Brando saw the Holy Cathedral guard beside him suddenly become strange. Marcia above, there were countless people in Ampere Seal who were willing to pay any price to have the Archbishop perform the ritual for their children, but everyone knew that it was impossible. It was not just a matter of obtaining power, but a special honor. The Archbishop had only performed the ritual for one person in the past 10 years, and that was at the request of King Oberd VII. It was to improve the relationship between the Holy Cathedral and Aween, and that person was now the commander of the White Lion Legion, a territory of his own. Thinking of this, the Holy Cathedral guard could not help but stare at Brando a little dumbfounded, as if he wanted to see what was different about this young man. However, Brando secretly felt that things were not going well. He only came here to change class to a Templar knight, and not to do anything else. In his opinion, the less trouble there was, the better. Anyway, he did not care about the few free levels. It would be best if he could just find a third-rate archbishop to bow to him. Brando was now a little regretful that he asked Tolman to write the letter of introduction. If he really did get Wood to bow to him, he would probably be on the front page of the Noble Circle in Ampere Seal by tomorrow morning, and soon people would find out who he was. Brando did not believe that there were any secrets in this world that could really be kept. His current advantage was that the enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. If the Holy Cathedral really did this, he would probably be able to escape back to Tonagel tomorrow. Not only him, but also the reputation of the entire Holy Cathedral of Fire and Tolman himself would be ruined. Brando did not dare to imagine how terrible it would be. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of Lady Martha, Wood was not there. This was the only thing that let Brando breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly shook his head and replied, "There's no need. I just yearn for the way of the golden flames. As for who bowed to me, it doesn't matter." Brando's words were full of righteousness, and the elderly priest's eyes lit up when he heard it. He could not help but nod and say, "Not bad, not bad. There are very few young people who think like you nowadays. Those nobles. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Then let's do it this way, I will personally bow to you." At this point, the old man could not help but look at Amandina and Scarlet, and then asked, "But your servants can't go in with you. How about letting them wait here?" "Of course," Brando replied. Note 1, the core doctrine of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 532. There was a row of golden red pillars in the corridor, and the spiral pattern on the pillars was like a flame. The nun princess walked between the pillars in a hurry, and had to lift the hem of her white nun's robe. She was as innocent as an angel. After passing through the inner corridor of the Anderla Cathedral, Magadal saw Sir Benninger waiting for her in a small courtyard. Regardless of whether she admitted it or not, she had a good impression of this young man. Benninger was a man who could abandon his family background and stand on the side of love and justice. He knew that a man with such persistence would easily win people's favor no matter where he went. Besides, Benninger was exactly what she wanted to fight against fate, but she dared not imagine it. When she saw the young man, she could not help but feel nervous and shy. She asked softly, "Sir Benninger, why are you looking for me at this time?" "Her Highness wants to know the Holy Cathedral's stance." She knew it was a natural answer, but Magadal could not help but feel a little disappointed. "It's still the same. The Archbishop hopes that the Holy Cathedral will maintain a neutral stance. Although Lord Icon likes you, he will definitely defend Archbishop Wood's decision. The Holy Cathedral is not biased. This is already the best news for us. Benninger replied. He only showed his obedient side in front of the princess. In front of others, this young man was also a smart noble. What's wrong? The lion beast men are restless at the border. The princess is worried that the Holy Cathedral will want to end the civil war early. The nun princess frowned her beautiful eyebrows and replied softly, "No, Archbishop Wood would never support such a method. But, there might be some changes in the Holy Cathedral. I received some news today." Archbishop Wood's term is almost up, and the Holy Cathedral has sent a successor. Together with the successor is a special envoy of the Holy Cathedral. I have a bad feeling about this, Sir Benninger. What is the name of the successor? Benninger's face was unreadable. I don't know, Sir Benninger. This is the Holy Cathedral's top secret. I shouldn't be discussing this with you. Magadal looked at the young man worriedly and said softly, "You and Griffin are both outstanding people, but this world is too unfair. I'm sorry, even I can't help you." Magadal's face was flushed red as she jogged over. Even Benninger could not help but take a second look at her. The young man smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. Thank you very much, Princess Magadal. By the way, you seem to be in a hurry to come here. Did something happen over there?" The young man was referring to the inner sanctum. That was a place where only the inner sanctum of the Holy Sanctum could enter. Although he was of noble birth and was now the special envoy of the princess, he was still not allowed to enter. Magadal blushed upon hearing his question and nodded. There are nobles who are here to become Knights of the Templar. As the priestess of the Templar, I am supposed to be a spectator. Oh. Benninger raised his eyebrows. He understood that the nun princess was implying that she had violated the rules of the Holy Sanctum because of him. This was already a big deal for the well-educated, quiet, and docile princess. Any man would be proud to hear such words, but the young knight did not show it. Instead, he asked, "Which family do you belong to, choosing to take office at this time of the year?" "I'm not sure. I heard that the person who introduced him was a big shot. Originally, he wanted the Archbishop to help him with the ceremony." "Archbishop?" Benninger's face changed. He could not help but interrupt. "Is it Archbishop Wood?" "Yes, but unfortunately, the Archbishop is not here. But that young man is also very powerful. He actually rejected Lord Zoya's suggestion. I can see that he really does not care about this honor. There are very few nobles who think this way, especially in Erewhon." The nun princess said with a sigh. "I think he probably does not know how much honor he has missed out on." Benninger said in disbelief. He was slightly jealous. He actually rejected the Archbishop's ceremony. What a great honor it was. Of course, he would rather believe that Brando was a country bumpkin who did not know what the Archbishop's ceremony meant. The young knight took a deep breath and quickly realized that he had lost his composure. He shook his head and said, "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." Benninger's loss of composure did not leave a bad impression in Magadal's eyes. Which young man could remain calm after hearing such a thing? Even the nun princess herself could not believe it, let alone the fact that she had a good impression of Benninger. His flaws had become his strengths. However, she still thought of something and could not help but ask, "Mr. Benninger, I heard that you came with someone else?" Benninger was about to leave when he heard Magadal's question. He could not help but be startled. "Yes, I came with Marquis Yoakum. I met him on the way and did not expect him to recognize me. He is the princess's uncle in name, so I could not reject him." "Yes," Magadal nodded her head gently, and hesitated before advising, "Yoakum. Marquis Yoakum has a bad reputation, and he is very close to Prince Lu Ku. If possible, Mr. Benninger, you should try to keep a distance from him to avoid being maligned." Marquis Yoakum was Oberg VII's cousin in name, but he was the illegitimate son of the previous king and did not have the right to inherit the throne. As if to resist this fate, the Marquis was born to be unrestrained. He had a very bad reputation in the noble circle, and even had bad intentions towards his only niece. Recently, he had been hanging out with Prince Lu Ku, the elder brother of the princess. Everyone knew that he had an unspeakable relationship with the eldest daughter of the Cipher family. Magadal had a weak personality, but she hated people like him. She had heard that Benninger was hanging out with such people, so she could not help but remind him. "I understand." The young man smiled at her. "Thank you, Your Highness." "No need." The nun princess shook her head. She watched the young man leave and his figure disappear from the side hall. She could not help but sigh. She secretly left her post, and did not know if she should be happy or worried. In the eyes of the world, she was a quiet and obedient princess, and once she left, the old fogies of the temple would most likely reprimand her. However, Magadal's heart was filled with both disappointment and excitement. This was the first time she had gone against her own rules. Although it was just a small step, she could not help but feel her heart pounding wildly. The nun princess turned around and walked back with a resolute aura as if she was facing the execution ground. On the other side, the young Benninger could not help but ask his servant, "Where is Marquis Yoakum?" The servant was a little scared as he replied, "I don't know, my lord." Marquis Yoakum said that he had not been to the Anderla Cathedral before, so he went in alone. "That damned playboy." Benninger's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "My lord, should we wait for him?" The servant asked carefully. "Why should we wait for him?" Benninger asked. "He can do whatever he wants. I hope he doesn't cause too much trouble. Let's go back to the manor. Her Highness is still waiting for our news." "Yes, my lord." The servant quickly bowed and replied. In the quiet room of Anderla Cathedral. The ceremony for becoming a Templar Knight was much simpler than expected. Among the 4 holy cathedrals, the Holy Cathedral of Fire inherited the style of the Flame King, Gretel. The ceremony for becoming a Templar Knight usually started with the person performing the ceremony asking some questions. These questions could be the reason why the person wanted to join the ranks of the Templar Knight, or some knowledge related to the doctrine. Brando was well prepared and had already leveled up his religious knowledge, Erwin, to level 10. At this moment, when the old priest asked the question, the answer naturally appeared in his mind. The more the old priest asked, the more satisfied he was. Ever since the end of the First Holy War and the Year of the Cave Beasts, the nobles' respect for the Golden Flame had become more and more apparent. Although the Holy Cathedral was still authoritative, the ancient virtues no longer existed in people's hearts. The struggle for power and money was getting more and more intense, and the nobles pursued methods more than faith. A young man who could have such views on the doctrine of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was rare even among the people of Cruz, let alone Erwin. He could not help but nod and said to Brando, "If it wasn't for your reluctance, I would really like you to join the Holy Cathedral. I think you will definitely become a true holy knight. You are clear-headed and clean. I have traveled to many places, and you are the most outstanding young man I have ever seen." Brando could not help but blush a little. He did not expect the old priest to think so highly of him. The title of Holy Knight in the Holy Cathedral of Fire was even higher than the Knight of the Temple, and its status was almost the same as the position of the regional archbishop. Brando knew that as long as he nodded, it was likely that the old priest would recommend him to that step. A holy knight enjoyed unimaginable power and status in Erewhon. For example, Archbishop Wood's status could be said to be superior and equal to that of the king. Brando would be lying if he said that he was not moved for a moment, but that was not his intention. If he joined the Holy Cathedral of Fire, he would have to accept the arrangements of the headquarters and would not be able to interfere in Erewhon's affairs. Besides, the Holy Cathedral of Fire was not as clean as it appeared to be. Brando knew this better than anyone else, so he still shook his head to express his refusal. What a pity. The old priest sighed, but he was just excited to see an outstanding young man. He picked up the pebble dipped in holy water and placed it on Brando. He pressed one hand on the doctrine of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and was ready to swear the oath of office for Brando. But at this moment, a person suddenly walked out of the inner hall and stopped the old priest. Wait. Brando and the priest turned around and found that it was Archbishop Wood. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 533. Hold on. Archbishop Wood's sudden appearance startled the elderly priest. He quickly stopped what he was doing and looked at him with some confusion. Priest Zoya, I have something to say to this young man. Can you leave for a moment? The current Archbishop of the Anderla Cathedral did not even look at Brendel. He looked at his colleague and asked. The elderly priest was stunned, but then lowered his eyelids, put his hand in front of his chest, and bowed slightly. Of course, as you wish, Archbishop. He glanced at Brando and then looked at Archbishop Wood's face. He could not figure out the relationship between them, but it was not something he could care about now. The elderly priest could only put away his curiosity and leave the room. Only then did Wood turn his head and look back. He felt a slightly stern gaze on him. Brando knew that things were not going well. The Archbishop of Anderla Cathedral spoke so harshly that it did not seem like he was here to invite him for afternoon tea. Besides, it was neither noon nor afternoon. I heard that your name is Brando. The Archbishop, who was second only to Erwin, spoke. Brando felt his eyebrows twitch slightly as if he had been pricked by a needle. He looked up and pretended to be puzzled. Well, your reaction is very alert and your expression is very realistic. But unfortunately, Tumen has already told me. Didn't he tell you about his relationship with me? Wood's serious expression suddenly turned into a smile. He shook his head. The young man in front of him, whom his old friend had mentioned to him not long ago, was acting cautiously at the moment. But to him, who already knew the details of the other party, he could not help but feel a little awkward. Wood's words made Brando freeze, and then he cursed in his heart. How could he forget the relationship between the powerful Archbishop of Ampere Seal and Tumen? In the Amber Sword, the two met in crews in the early years and were close friends. Later, even when Tumen lived in seclusion on the outskirts of Brags, the two did not break off contact, because Tumen often sent letters to Ampere Seal. But what surprised Brando was Tumen's attitude towards him. Although he had met the great scholar in Brags before, the only friendship they had was the experience of fighting the waves together in the loop of trade winds. Even though he could see that William and Tolman had a good impression of him, it was just a matter of getting along well with each other. He did not expect that William would go straight to his old friends in Ampere Seal after he asked for their help in writing a letter of introduction. The former was just a matter of convenience, while the latter was intentional. There was a big difference between the two. With Tumen's position in Erewhon, it seemed that he would not have any intention of doing anything to a small force in Tonajul. Before Brando could figure out the relationship between the two parties, Wood had already seen through his doubts. The Archbishop stared at Brando as if he wanted to see through him. You don't have to think too much. My old friend seems to admire you. Ever since he left the core of the kingdom's power, this is the first time I've seen him so enthusiastic. Do you know what he said to me? Of course, Brando did not know, but he was also very curious why the famous master of the Mithril Fortress would take the long way to become the leader of the tower. He simply looked at the Archbishop of the Anderla Cathedral calmly and shook his head. I don't know, Archbishop. He said so, admitting his identity. This time, it was Archbishop Wood's turn to be curious. Young man, since I already know your identity, you should know that you are a rebel, and I represent the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Do you really think that I will let you go just because you are an old friend? When the elderly Archbishop asked this, he subconsciously revealed the majesty of a high-ranking clergyman of the Holy Cathedral. If an ordinary person was faced with such an interrogation, they would have been trembling in fear. But Brando had a clear conscience and replied calmly, I don't know, but I would rather believe that you have a reason for telling me so much here. My old friend thinks that you can help Erewhon out of the quagmire. Archbishop Wood replied. Brando's fingers twitched slightly. This was an answer that he would never have dreamed of. He took a deep breath and did not know how to answer for a moment. If he answered accordingly, it would seem a little too arrogant, because even he could not see the path of history clearly. He never thought that what he was doing now was so great, because rather than saving, it was more like making up for the regrets of the past. Brando even felt that his starting point was a little selfish. He hoped that the good things that had been lost in the past could be preserved, like a child who had done something wrong looking back to make up for his mistakes. Although it was not his fault, Brando always felt a sense of guilt. He knew too much, but could do too little. The only answer he could give himself was to do his best. Even for this trip to Ampere Seal, Her Royal Highness, who had worked so hard for Erewhon in another period of history, was on the other side of the fog, but whether he could pass through it was still unknown. Brando took every step carefully, and only he knew how careful he was. But until today, someone had said to him with certainty, "I think you can help Erewhon out of the quagmire." And this person was not an ordinary person who spoke without thinking, but a wise old man. He was the master of the Mithril Fortress, Erewhon's great scholar, the Silver Folk, and one of the many craftsman wizards who stood at the top of the clouds. Brando felt that the old man was not so bored as to joke with him, and the joke was so coincidental. Brando suddenly felt a little dry in his mouth, but after all, Tumen was not a prophet. This old man might have seen some signs with his wise eyes, but Brando felt that it was better to be humble. But if he blindly denied it, it would seem that he did not have enough confidence. He looked at the Archbishop of Anderla and finally nodded. "I believe that any ambitious young man would have such thoughts about this decaying kingdom. Not only me, there are many people who are fighting for this goal. So am I. It's just that I try my best to do what I think is right, that's all." "So what you did in Tonajul is also part of the answer?" Brando nodded. Wood lowered his eyelids, walked to Brando, and motioned him to kneel down. "Do you know that the Lion Beast men in the north are ready to make a move?" Brando looked at the Archbishop's action. He was going to perform the Knight of the Templar's profession transfer ceremony for him. For a moment, he could not figure out what the Archbishop was thinking. In the history of the Amber Sword, Wood was known for his impartiality. He was known as the Priest of Iron and Majesty. However, his reputation was mostly positive. He acted according to the virtues of the Holy Temple and was a truly admirable clergyman. Brando reacted after a slight pause. He hurriedly knelt on one knee, like a knight receiving a title. Although he didn't have a good impression of this kind of ceremony, he understood that this was a rare opportunity. At the same time, he nodded and replied in a low voice, "I know a little. The sanctum will not allow Erewhon to make a move for too long." Wood put his hand on Brando's shoulder and recited, "In the name of Gretel, the Flame King, his descendants will always be proud of this name, not because of the achievements of the ancestors, but because of the character and virtue that they have inherited. Therefore, we swear that no matter what happens, his descendants will always hold on to this belief in their hearts." "I swear," Brendel replied according to the rules. On one hand, he was not worried about the Lion Beastman's restlessness. It was something that happened in history, and it was like a nail that was nailed into a board. In comparison, the voice of the Iron Face officiant reciting the ancient oath sounded even more sacred. Even Brando felt some resonance in his heart. Yes, these values were so precious in the Dark Ages, but now Wond has abandoned them, and only a few people still hold on to them. Then, we ask that this young knight will not change his oath because of any changes in the environment. No matter what the situation is, he should understand that there are some things in this world that are always right, and should not be abandoned or forgotten. "I promise." Just as the two of them were answering each other, the space in the quiet room seemed to be turbulent. Brando felt as if some kind of connection had been established, like a bridge that descended from the sky at the moment he made the oath, connecting one end of the world to the other end of the unknown. The laws that maintained the foundation of the world of the Amber Sword resonated, and a majestic power descended from the sky and merged into his body. As if he had received some kind of recognition, he instantly gained the ability of a Templar Knight. System notification: player has received a new profession, Templar Knight. System notification. Player has received a new profession skill, conflict aura. System notification. Player has received a new profession skill, blood of the sun. System notification. Player has received a new profession skill, crown of thorns. The blessing of an officiant was indeed extraordinary. Brando instantly gained 15 levels of Templar Knight for free, and at the same time, he also gained a new profession skill when he reached level 5 and 15. There was no need to introduce conflict aura, and blood of the sun and crown of thorns were also one of the core skills of a Templar Knight. P.S. You bad people are secretly saying bad things about me in the group again. Don't think that I didn't see it. I just had something to do during the day, and I'm not going to update anymore. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 534. Blood of the Scorching Sun was a passive skill. Any enemy that dealt melee damage to a Templar Knight would receive 5% of the damage dealt per level. At level 15, the damage dealt would reach 75%. Although this damage was also considered magic damage and fire damage, which could be offset by various resistances, it was still enough to give a Templar's opponent a headache. After all, a Templar was a tank-type class. If you slashed at a Templar, you might end up receiving more damage than the Templar. Crown of Thorns, on the other hand, was an active offensive skill. This skill had two states, continuous and active. When it was in effect, it consumed less mana per second. Its purpose was to increase the Templar Knight's own endurance and resistance. Endurance referred to immunity to poison and special damage, while resistance referred to immunity to magic. Once a Templar Knight actively activated this skill, all his defense, resistance, and endurance would be converted into attack power for a short period of time. This period of time was very short, and after the effect ended, the Templar Knight would have a long period of weakness with 0 defense and 0 resistance. However, during the duration of this skill, the Templar Knight's combat power would be increased by 200%. Players jokingly called it Mad Dog Mode. This skill was the core of the Templar Knight's explosive power. In fact, Brando had never liked this kind of skill, but it was definitely an unexpected surprise to be able to draw 2 core skills from the vast number of skills available in each profession. This was also one of the powers of a high-ranking cleric presiding over the ceremony. Brando could not help but glance at Archbishop Wood. The Archbishop, who stood at the peak of power in the Anderla Cathedral, did not have much of an expression on his face. In fact, the whole ceremony only lasted for a moment. Then the old man nodded to him and said, "You may rise." The restless law in the quiet room seemed to have quieted down in an instant. The previous feeling of divine power filling the room was now gone. It was as if everything before was just an illusion. The lion beast men of Toquinen in the north are ready to make a move. The Holy Cathedral will not allow Erewhon to cause trouble for too long. My term is coming to an end, and the Holy Cathedral may send a new high priest to replace me. Wood waited for Brando to stand up and continued the previous topic. He didn't seem to care about hosting the class change ceremony for Brando, and the focus of the conversation was repeatedly on this matter. When Brando heard this, he suddenly took it seriously. He knew that the Archbishop had always advocated that the Holy Cathedral should be independent from the affairs of the other countries and maintain a detached attitude. This was also the case when it came to the internal strife in Alwyn. Did the Archbishop suddenly mention this to him to say that his successor might not be on the same page as him? Thinking of this, he could not help but look suspiciously at this powerful figure. Archbishop Wood was non-committal. "I heard that you support Erewhon's princess," the old man asked. Brando did not avoid this and only nodded. "The princess is weak now. If she wants to rule Alwyn, I'm afraid this kingdom will fall into a long period of turmoil. Unless she can persuade Duke Arek, then the originally wavering Vero and Radner will lean towards the royal faction." The old man's eyes fell on Brando. "But do you think this can really help this ancient kingdom?" Brando shook his head. This was exactly what he wanted to stop. He could clearly see how things would develop in the future. Once the princess reached an agreement with Enrich, she would have no choice but to compromise with the conservative nobles. The royal faction around her was unreliable, just like the pillars in this crumbling house had already rotted from the inside. No matter how they replaced the pillars, it would not be of any help. Perhaps it could save the situation for a while, but in the long run, it would be of no help. Brando was not a prophet, but he had seen all this play out with his own eyes. It was like the rise and fall of a stage play, but he was in it. The Archbishop of Anderla Cathedral looked at him again. "So, you understand?" Brando suddenly realized that this was what the Archbishop wanted to say. The Holy Cathedral would not let the civil strife in Erewhon drag on for too long, and once the princess could not gain the upper hand in a short time, the Holy Cathedral was likely to intervene. Although Wood himself did not advocate this, there was no guarantee that his successor would do the same. Thinking of this, he could not help but look up at the old man. "Tulman is my old friend, and Erewhon is also his homeland. He does not want to see his homeland fall, so I naturally have to help him. Besides, this does not contradict my views. Young man, my old friend has bet part of his chips on you, so I don't mind staying in Ampere Seal for a while longer. But time is limited, and the Holy Cathedral is not something I can control. At most, I will try to buy some time." He looked at Brando and said, "There is not much time left for you. From today, I can see that you are a smart person. I believe you can understand what I mean." Brando took a deep breath and finally understood the relationship between the two. However, he did not expect Tulman to have the Holy Cathedral of Ampere Seal on his side. Although the time was short, it was a great advantage for his actions. This surprise really fell from the sky, and it was even bigger than when he got the Paradise of Adversity card set. He nodded to Archbishop Wood and said, "I understand. It's good that you understand. To the outside world, just use your original excuse. You should know that if the reputation of the Holy Cathedral is tarnished, the revenge that will follow is not something your territory can bear. Even Erewhon is the same." The Archbishop said expressionlessly. Brando was of course aware of this. He did not want to alarm this important person, but he did not expect Tulman to have arranged everything early. Brando remembered that he did not talk much with William and the great scholar in the loop of trade winds. However, the great scholar was indeed the former leader of the Silver Alliance. He guessed his intentions with just a little clue. But Brando was more curious about what the great scholar thought of him. If the great scholar really thought that he could save Erewhon, then he only needed to stand on his side. With the great scholar's influence, the princess's side could at least obtain the same power as the many nobles in the north. However, the great scholar chose to help from the side. What was he trying to do? Was it because he said that the silver folk were not willing to intervene in the affairs of the mortals? Brando felt that this might not be the case. Otherwise, the future wizards would not be fighting over the ancient slate. In the end, Brando stayed for about half an hour in the quiet room of the Anderla Cathedral for the Templar Knight's profession change. This was because the process of a Templar Knight's profession change took about this long. In addition to the ceremony itself, the priest who presided over the ceremony would also ask the knight some questions after the profession change. But would skip this step and only talk to Brendel about the situation in Aween. Brendel was not too worried about the Lion Beast men and their successors, especially when Wood reminded him of the speculations about the Lion Beast men and their successors. Because he knew what would happen in the future. In history, the change of the Diocese of Ampere Seal would at least have to wait until next year. The Lion Beast men of Tokunin would not dare to easily invade the territory in the short term unless there was a change in history. However, in fact, his impact on the whole history was not as big as he thought. At least, Brando did not think that what he had done before could affect Erewhon or even some of the decisions of the Holy Cathedral. This was a little too ridiculous. After half an hour, Brando bid farewell to the Archbishop of Ampere Seal and left. In fact, he did not mind staying here for a while, but staying here for too long would arouse suspicion. Besides, although the idea of becoming a Templar Knight had come to him when he was in the suburbs of Fortress Reden, it was after all just an interlude in his many plans. Next, Brando was preparing to go to the largest auction house in Ampere Seal. He still had a painting of Princess Anya that he had not sold yet. This art piece was priceless in the eyes of those who knew its value, but for someone like Brando who had no artistic talent, it was just equivalent to the funds needed for the future development of his territory. If he told others about this idea, he would probably be called the most vulgar noble in Erewhon the next day, even worse than the nouveau riche. Fortunately, Brando never thought of himself as a noble. The so-called noble identity was nothing more than an excuse for him to hide his actions. But what troubled Brando was that the auction house in Ampere Seal was just like other noble gatherings. Without a certain status, it was impossible to participate in that circle. He knew that the owner of the auction house was a member of the Chamber of Commerce in Ampere Seal, a middle-aged man called Donner. He had a title and name, but this gentleman was very rich, and it was not easy to meet him. Besides, the other party had his own way of collecting auction items, and it was not easy for Brando to participate in it. He did not know much about the affairs of the noble circle, and was about to ask Amandina who was waiting outside. In their group, probably only this noble lady knew more about the nobles in Erewhon. But before he could walk out into the courtyard, he heard a woman's angry voice. "Sir, please show some respect, this is the Holy Cathedral of Fire." Brando was stunned, and subconsciously thought that the two ladies who came with him were in trouble. But after listening carefully, he realized that he did not recognize this woman's voice. He could not help but be slightly stunned. Who was outside? Where did Amandina and Scarlett go? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 535. Sir, please show some respect. This is the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Princess Magadal pulled her hand back and frowned at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's face was pale, and his loose eye bags were faintly purplish-black. He looked like he had drunk too much. He was wearing exquisite knitted clothes, and it was obvious that he was of noble birth. However, his footsteps were light, and his eyes were blurred. Even his collar buttons were not properly buttoned, revealing his pale, bony collarbone and ribs. The first impression he gave was that he was one of those unrestrained debauches. When Brando walked out of the room, he saw this scene. In fact, he knew what was going on. Marquis Joachim, the cousin of Oberg VII, and the illegitimate son of the previous king. He was much younger than Oberg VII, and although he had a fief, his status was very subtle. Therefore, he indulged in sensual pleasures and indulged in debauchery. It was said that he was a womanizer, and had affairs with many of the ladies in the upper circle of nobles. However, he was close to Prince Lu Ku and the princess's brother, the current king's eldest son, and had the support of the current mistress of House Cipher. Normal nobles could not do anything to him. Even though he did not know why the Marquis was here, he could guess what was going on as long as he was here. At this time, Marquis Joachim noticed him first, and turned his head like a poisonous snake. I think this gentleman must be the owner of the two beautiful ladies. I wonder if you are willing to transfer them to me, filthy words. Magadal was very well-mannered, and even in such a situation, she was able to control herself. However, her chest was heaving up and down, and it was obvious that she was very angry. She could not help but interrupt, "This is the Holy Cathedral, and the ancestors are watching us from the dome of the cathedral. Please mind your words and actions, sir." The nun princess tightly clenched her fists, secretly wondering how such a suspicious person managed to sneak into the sacred palace. "Princess Magadal, don't worry about others. Do you know who I am?" Marquis Joachim replied with a smile, "I am the uncle of the future king of this kingdom. I think you should have heard of my name. I've admired your name for a long time. Now that I've seen you, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. TSK, TSK, TSK. I must obtain a famous flower like you at all costs." Magadal gritted her teeth. She had been educated by the Holy Cathedral since she was a child. She had always been quiet and gentle, and all the people she had interacted with were polite and knowledgeable people. She had never met such a shameless person. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she didn't know how to fight back. At this time, Brando finally interrupted. "Forgive me for not understanding, sir. But I would like to ask, where are my two maids now?" He looked around, but did not see Amandina and Scarlet. Thinking of the Marquis' reputation, he suddenly had a bad premonition. "Oh, they dared to speak rudely to me, so I ordered one of my men to teach them a lesson. But you can rest assured that I will not harm the lives of the beauties. It's just that the red-haired beauty did not know what's good for her, so Kagbo accidentally injured her. Actually, it's not a big deal. Since you're going to hand them over to me soon, isn't it natural for a noble to teach his maids a lesson?" Marquis Yoakum said casually, as if the one who ordered the attack was not him, but Brando. "Sir, you don't have to worry too much. Your female companions are injured, but I've already ordered them to be treated." "Ah!" Magadal screamed before she could finish her sentence. She saw a silver light fly past Marquis Yoakum's face. It was a silver dagger. Marquis Yoakum did not expect Brando to be so fast. Even the guards behind him did not react in time, and there was a bloody cut on his face. The middle-aged man screamed and sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. For a moment, he even forgot to throw a tantrum. Instead, he covered his bloody face and screamed at the top of his lungs, "How dare you attack a noble? How dare you violate the laws of the Holy Cathedral?" The nun Princess Magadal was stunned. In the core terms of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the ancient nobles were protected. Although they would be punished for their mistakes, if anyone dared to harm them secretly, it would be a heinous crime. As a result, most of the fights between nobles had to come up with all sorts of dignified excuses. Of course, there was no lack of people using poison and assassination in the dark. However, these were generally shady activities, and no one had ever dared to do so openly in the Holy Cathedral. Magadal was afraid that Brando would do something reckless in a moment of anger, but she did not expect that she was still a step too late. For a moment, she could not help but stare at Brando, but only saw the coldness in the young man's eyes. Brando had never been a good-tempered person. No one had ever dared to talk about hurting his subordinates in front of him so casually. Not to mention, as a man who dared to hurt a girl. As a male chauvinist, Brando absolutely could not accept Marquis Yoakum's way of doing things. In his eyes, this guy belonged to the category of existence that needed to be taught a lesson. "You really know how to accuse me, my lord." Brando replied coldly, "Did I attack you?" "You clearly." Marquis Yoakum suddenly turned his head. The dagger that Brando threw earlier was embedded in the pillar behind the courtyard, almost to the hilt, and a white glove was nailed to the dagger. Marquis Yoakum was a little stunned. He only just noticed that Brando had taken off a glove at some point. From the moment he took off the glove to throwing the dagger, no one saw the entire action clearly. What kind of strength was this? He looked up at Brando. "You want to duel with me? Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" Brando had already decided to teach him a lesson, but on the surface, he pretended to be stunned. "I'm the cousin of the former king. The uncle of the current king. You damned country bumpkin." Marquis Yoakum roared angrily. His status was special, and the old king had spoiled him greatly when he was still alive. Since he had no interest in the throne, Oberg VII had also let his cousin do whatever he wanted. As a result, he had a lot of privileges, and in the noble circle of Aween, other than a few high-ranking dukes, no one dared to provoke him. Of course, Marquis Yoakum was not stupid enough to find trouble with those powerful Grand Dukes. Therefore, in his decades of debauchery, he had almost never encountered any setbacks. Even if he was injured, it was only a few times. But this was the first time he was injured by an outsider. Marquis Yoakum could not help but look at Brando with hatred, and said coldly, "You're dead meat." "Ah." Brando seemed to be startled at this time. "You said you're the uncle of the current king. Are you that Marquis Yoakum?" "That's right." So, country bumpkin, do you still want to duel with me? But it's too late for you to repent now. I'll let you know what hell is. You're women, I'll let them witness how you'll beg for mercy in front of them. Joachim laughed cruelly, thinking that Brendel was afraid. But it's too late for you to repent now. I'll show you what hell is. Marquis Joachim, watch your words. The nun princess finally reacted at this time. At this time, she had already made up her mind to help Brando. Although she did not know the identity of this young man, Marquis Joachim's actions really made her want to vomit. And as the princess of a duchy, and at the same time having a close relationship with the Holy Cathedral, Magadal still had a certain amount of influence in this ancient kingdom. But at this time, Brando secretly cursed in his heart. He did not think that Marquis Joachim would really climb up the pole. Although he had already heard a lot of rumors about Marquis Joachim and the Amber Sword, he did not expect to see the extent of Marquis Joachim's stupidity. Looking at this guy with bulging veins, he could not help but feel a little sad that this was the stupidest opponent he had ever met since he transmigrated to this world. You're already a few decades old, can you not act like a Chinibu? Can you not be so melodramatic? Brando could not help but shake his head. He stopped Magadal and said casually, No, I think you have misunderstood Marquis Joachim. Of course I do not dare to duel with you. I heard that you are a trash in the noble circle. Dueling with you would only ruin my reputation. As soon as Brando said this, the courtyard suddenly became quiet. The breeze from the sea to the west of Ampere Seal brushed past, and the flowers and trees in the courtyard rustled. The nun princess, Marquis Joachim, and his men all stopped and looked at the young man in shock. It was as if they were hallucinating. Marquis Joachim took a long time to realize that Brendel was mocking him, and the arrogant noble almost went mad with anger. He immediately roared without any grace, Cagbo, go and fight him. In Erewhon and Cruz, the nobles had long been eroded by their luxurious lifestyle. It was no longer like 100 years ago, when everyone had excellent swordsmanship. However, duels were still popular among the upper nobles. In order to deal with love rivals, opponents, or other challenges, the nobles often let their personal attendants fight on their behalf. It was already one of the recognized rules, so there was nothing wrong with Marquis Joachim's order at this moment. Brando had no attendants by his side at this moment, so he had to draw his sword himself. He looked up and immediately saw a tall swordsman walking out from behind Marquis Joachim. Brando secretly focused. Although he had angered Marquis Joachim and tried to make him attack him, he did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him. From Marquis Joachim's description, Scarlet should have been injured by his subordinate. Although Scarlet's combat skills were not as good, she was still at the peak of the gold rank. For him to be able to take her down so easily, he should at least have the strength of an elemental awakener. Speaking of elemental awakeners, Erewhon only had a few people who had this strength. When he saw the swordsman walk out, he recognized him at a glance. It was him, Devard the Eagle, the man who was as famous as Bugha the Cross and Sylvia the Silver Knight, was known as one of the three great swordsmen of Erech. However, this person was different from Bugha. He and Sylvia both served Duke Erech. Why would he appear beside Marquis Joachim at this moment? Brando was slightly stunned. I originally wanted to release 2 chapters, but something came up at the last minute. I will release 1 chapter first. Love everyone in the group. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 536. Devard walked out from behind Marquis Joachim. He had inherited the long face and high cheekbones of the people of Erech. However, his fingers were a quarter longer than the average person's. As the saying goes, a person with a strange appearance is a strange person. Devard the Eagle was one of the 3 most famous swordsmen in the Erech province. In his early years, he studied under the famous master swordsman Olaf. Later on, he surpassed his master and created his own eagle strike sword style. Devard used a long, narrow sword that was good for stabbing. When attacking, it was as cunning as a venomous snake, which coincided with his swordsmanship. I wonder what this person's intentions are with Marquis Yoakum under the alias of Cagbo. Brando thought for a moment and raised his sword. However, Princess Magadal pulled him back and said, "Sir, this person has the strength of an elemental awakener. I'm afraid you are no match for him." Brando already knew the identity of the nun beside him. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but have a good impression of her. He had long heard that the nun princess was gentle and kind. She had once taken in a large number of refugees in the name of the Holy Cathedral during Aween's civil strife. Unfortunately, the good did not have good karma. It was said that her final fate was extremely miserable, and it seemed that she was poisoned to death by her own husband. How do you know I'm not a match for him? Brendel sighed inwardly at the fate of a beautiful woman. You. The princess' beautiful brown eyes widened. She thought to herself, this person doesn't know what's good for him. She was clearly worried about him. Devard waved his sword and said impatiently, "Are you ready?" "Wait." The nun princess stopped him. She turned her head and stared at Marquis Yoakum, who was covering his bloody face. Marquis Yoakum ordered his servants to fight on his behalf. "However, we are going to fight in person. According to the rules of the nobles, this gentleman can ask for more stakes." Marquis Yoakum gritted his teeth and stretched out his left hand. A servant beside him carefully ran over and removed a ring from his hand. The Marquis nodded and gestured for the servant to bring the ring over. "All right, this is my wager. Shall we begin the duel now?" he asked, glaring at Magadal and Brando like a venomous snake. Brando did not know that there was such a thing in the duel between nobles. He was slightly startled, but the hidden soul in his body immediately occupied the surface of his personality. With Sophie's character of taking advantage of every opportunity, of course, she would not be so generous as to let go of any benefits. When he saw the ring that Marquis Yoakum took out, his eyes lit up slightly. The snake curl ring. This guy was worthy of being a member of the royal family. He had some good stuff on him. Lord Marquis is so impressive, a ring is so expensive. But Brando pretended not to know the value of the ring and sneered. Princess Magadal could not help but cough slightly, and her face was a little red. The snake curl ring of Marquis Yoakum was the work of the dwarf rune master Pino. It was priceless. It was rumored that although this marquis did not have a good reputation, he was very generous. There was no rumor that he was stingy, and there were many people who spent money like it was water. Now it seemed that it was true. Marquis Yoakum was almost driven mad by Brando. He could not help but snort coldly, "This is a magic ring. It can block a fatal attack for you. Do you know its value, country bumpkin?" "Oh." Brando's face was full of, "So that's how it is?" Marquis Yoakum took a deep breath and felt that he would die from anger if he continued to talk to this guy. He simply threw out a bag, and a pile of shiny gold coins spilled out of the bag. But Marquis Yoakum did not care about the money at all. He just scolded, "Then this is enough to buy your life, bumpkin." The bag of gold coins was at least 100,000 Tor coins. Brando thought to himself that this was a fat sheep, but he immediately nodded, indicating that it was enough. Marquis Yoakum scolded in his heart again. Princess Magadal felt her face turn red, but she still said calmly, "My side has said that there is no problem." Then, as the witness, I announce that the duel can begin. A duel is a noble's etiquette. I hope that both parties will adhere to their status as gentlemen and promise to abstain from any despicable acts during the duel. No sneak attacks, no poison, no mercy, and no killing. The nun princess's voice was gentle. She was probably the most gentle and anti-violence witness in Erewhon's history. At this moment, Brando and Devard, who went by the pseudonym Cagbo, raised their swords and swore. Both of them knew that this was just a formality. There had never been a duel between nobles that did not involve bloodshed. Once the duel began, the nobles would tear away the last of their gentleness. Devard put down his sword and signaled Brando to make the first move. As a master of a sect, although he was using a pseudonym, he did not put down the airs of a master. His opponent was just a young boy. If he were to make the first move, this famous eagle swordsman did not think that he could afford to lose face. However, Brando did not have such concerns. With the mentality that he would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of the situation, he immediately assumed an offensive stance. Military swordsmanship. Devard snorted contemptuously in his heart. Brando's sword went straight for Devard's heart. His modified military swordsmanship was extremely murderous, and every strike was aimed to take a life. Devard blocked with his long sword, and the two swords clashed in midair. Brando held the hilt of his sword with both hands and slashed diagonally at Devard's sword. The eagle swordsman immediately felt that something was wrong. There was no such dangerous fighting style in the military swordsmanship. However, his decades of swordsmanship experience were not for nothing. With a flick of his sword, he managed to separate his sword from Brando's attack. He took a step back and frowned slightly. After one exchange, he was actually on the defensive side. His opponent's military swordsmanship was extremely strange to him. However, before he could figure out his next move, his heart suddenly tightened. His experience turned into a sense of crisis and made him react. He saw that after Brando's sword was deflected, Brando was charging towards his chest. The eagle swordsman felt a chill in his heart. He subconsciously pulled out a short sword with his left hand and placed it in front of his throat. Brando was close to him, and with a clang of metal, Devard's left hand trembled slightly. There was a shallow line of blood on the short sword in his hand and on his neck. Devard felt a chill run down his spine. His opponent was crazy. This was a battle of life and death. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. However, in his decades of fighting experience, he had never fought such a battle. The eagle swordsman was not a soldier and had never fought on the battlefield. Naturally, he did not understand the difference between life and death on the battlefield. The life and death of a swordsman was glory, while the life of a soldier was just a consumable. Brando's swordsmanship was extremely decisive. It was as if his entire body had turned into a sharp sword, exuding a terrifying aura. Not only Devard, but even Marquis Yoakum and Magadal's expressions changed. At this moment, they felt as if they were not watching a duel, but a battle of life and death between soldiers on both sides. This swordsmanship is so vicious. Marquis Yoakum could not help but touch his neck. At this moment, Devard was completely provoked by Brando. It was as if he was a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. As a swordsman, he had never thought that he would come to this point. He felt a sense of powerlessness. His previous swordsmanship was useless in such a battle. It was as if he could only rely on his instincts to win in such a battle. The eagle swordsman's palms were covered in a layer of sweat. This was something that had never happened before. However, even in a desperate situation, the eagle swordsman's reaction was faster than the average soldier. His eagle swordsmanship was originally a long and short swordsmanship. The short sword in his left hand slashed downwards to force Brando away from his side, while the long sword in his right hand pierced out desperately. Devard heaved a sigh of relief. When Brando retreated, he immediately pressed forward with his sword. But in the next moment, the eagle swordsman could not help but sweat profusely. He saw that Brando had used his left hand to block his sword. The back of his left hand was immediately lacerated, revealing a deep wound. But he still took a step forward and slashed his sword straight towards his ribs. Devard could tell that if the sword landed, the blade would pass through between his 7th and 8th ribs, causing severe damage to his lungs. Devard finally lost his spirit. A silver mirror suddenly appeared in the path of Brando's sword. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere as Brando's sword heavily struck the silver mirror. A circle of ripples appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. It was like mercury, but after the ripples passed, not even a shallow mark was left. Next, a series of flashes formed a sphere with Devard as the center. Upon closer inspection, it was a silver convex mirror. These silver mirrors flashed and disappeared, forming a hemispherical defense around the eagle swordsman. Passive elemental power. Brando had long known that Devard's elemental power was the silver wall. The passive elemental power of this elemental power was somewhat similar to the fire shield. It would automatically defend the elemental power from external physical attacks. Of course, this was not an absolute defense. As long as the attacker's strength exceeded the elemental power's limit, this layer of defense could be easily broken. This passive elemental power could provide a considerable advantage in a battle of the same level. It was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Devard had finally used this elemental power. In fact, this already showed that he was inferior to Brando in swordsmanship. If this was a contest of swordsmanship, then Devard would have already lost. But unfortunately, this was a duel. Only then did Devard have the time to wipe his sweat. When he touched his forehead, he realized that it was covered in cold sweat. He looked up at Brando, unable to believe that this youth who was much younger than him had such superior swordsmanship. It was clearly military swordsmanship, but it was not. When he was young, he had been taught by the sword Saint Darius. He had seen the legendary sword saint's modified military swordsmanship. But this youth's military swordsmanship was even better. When he used his sword, it was as if he was on the battlefield. To enter the battlefield with the sword, this was the domain of the sword saint. Devard stared at Brando and could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 537. It's none of your business. Brando was not in the mood to answer Devard's question. He put down his sword, and his aura changed. The strength of a gold pinnacle made everyone's expression change. Princess Magadal and Marquis Yoakum had seen Scarlet's strength before. She was at the pinnacle of gold pinnacle, but now she was an upper gold pinnacle at such a young age. Even the nun princess had doubts in her heart. Who was this young man? No wonder Archbishop would had to personally greet him. Marquis Yoakum had to be serious. It was not strange for a noble family to have a gold ranker as a servant, but for a young child to have such strength, he had to be cautious. He quietly made a gesture to Devard, hinting him not to kill. A family that could cultivate a gold ranker at such a young age would not be weak. The eyes of the Marquis flashed, but the cold expression on his face did not change. He was determined to teach Brando an unforgettable lesson. An upper gold ranker against an elemental awakening. In fact, Brando had reached upper gold ranker because he had just obtained a level 15 Templar Knight. However, he did not hesitate. This time, he did not use military swordsmanship. Brando first used the charge skill, and his whole body turned into a phantom. This terrifying speed made Devard's scalp tingle, but he immediately recognized that this was the special skill of the Sun Knight. He immediately held his breath and raised both his swords. It's just speed. In front of the silver wall, speed is useless. The eagle swordsman could not help but comfort himself. Brando's sword pointed at Devard's long and short swords. He took a step forward, and the 9 luminaries' sword art immediately created a phantom behind him. Brando's sword slashed down, and a silver mirror appeared in front of Devard like before. Dang! The long sword and the silver mirror shook violently together. In order to hide his identity, Brando did not use Halran Gaia. However, his passive element was stability. Even if he used an ordinary long sword, it was still indestructible. Otherwise, the long sword in his hand would have turned into countless pieces of steel. Brando's attack was within Devard's expectations. A gold-ranked swordsman would not be able to penetrate his silver wall. He sneered inwardly and raised his swords to stab at Brando. Unfortunately for Devard, the sword that was blocked by the silver wall did not even have time to retract it. Instead, another sword slashed down from the void. It was as if Brendel's afterimage was in 2 different dimensions at the same time. The eagle swordsman could not believe his eyes. The sword hit the same spot on the silver wall again. Although the silver wall floated outside of Devard's body in a hemispherical shape, the elemental power was still the source of the elemental power. The vibrations caused by Brando's two swords were like slashes on Devard's body. Especially the second sword, he was caught off guard and was sent flying by the sudden huge force. Brando was unforgiving. Under the effect of a charge, he flashed up and down in the courtyard 8 times. Each time, he left an afterimage of the 9 luminaries' sword art. It was as if 9 Brandos were attacking Devard at the same time, and each afterimage had a completely different attack path. Although Devard was a master swordsman, he had never seen an ancient swordsmanship like the 9 luminaries' sword art. This was a legendary swordsmanship that was as famous as Cruz's flash strike sword art. It was not something his eagle strike sword art could compete with. Not to mention, Brando had the upper hand from the beginning. He could not find a way to fight back at all. Devard was dumbfounded. He had more power than Brando, but he could not use it at all. 9 Brandos were surrounding him and attacking him. No matter how powerful an elemental awakener was, it was impossible to deal with 9 gold-ranked upper ranks at the same time. Not to mention, these 9 gold-ranked upper ranks were telepathically connected and worked closely together. There was no flaw to be found. At this moment, even Princess Magadal, who had no understanding of swordsmanship, could see that Brando's attack was too fast. She did not know that it was because of the 9 luminaries' sword art. She only knew that Brando's speed had exceeded the limit. She could not help but be stunned for a moment. How can there be such fast swordsmanship? Marquis Yoakum's eyes flashed. For a moment, he could not help but move his hand away from his wound. His face was covered in blood, but he did not feel it. But Brendel did not manage to break through the silver wall's defense after 9 consecutive strikes. Instead, he saw pieces of silver scales sticking out from the soil in the courtyard, and he immediately knew that something was wrong. He did not expect that the 9 luminaries' sword art would not be able to break through the defense of the silver wall. Instead, it made his opponent angry. Devard's active elemental power, the silver wave, was no joke. Once the great swordsman decided to use his active elemental power, this battle would likely become a bitter one. He had to end this quickly. Brando took a deep breath. The 9 figures merged into one. Although it seemed that he had the upper hand previously, his left hand was bleeding profusely. His right hand that was holding the sword was also cracked. The power of the elemental awakener was not to be underestimated. Just the recoil from Devard's parry was already too much for him to handle. However, he did not hesitate. His body stopped, and the long sword in his hand was already slashing towards Devard's wall of light. The eagle swordsman Devard was forced to this point by a junior who was 2 realms lower than him. At this moment, he was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and raised both his swords to block Brando's attack. The 3 swords clashed together. A large amount of sparks flew in the air. The golden sparks jumped and landed on the ground. With a crisp crack, the dagger in Devard's hand was broken. The eagle swordsman was shocked. Swordsmen of his level all used famous swords. This short sword was called Kai's Fang, and was a famous rune short sword. There were 3 layers of magic on it, but in the previous attack, all of the magic arrays had been destroyed, and even the magic metal on it had been broken into pieces. Brando's passive elemental power had a great advantage. However, he felt that his hand was about to break. He activated the piercing skill, and the wind from the tip of the blade pierced through Devard's back. The courtyard behind him was like a sieve being shot by a machine gun. A few pillars within 30 meters were all severed. Princess Magadal could not help but cover her mouth. How could she forget that this was the Anderla Cathedral? If these 2 were to go all out, wouldn't this place be torn apart? For a moment, the nun princess was frightened. Although she had a high status here, the old antiques in the holy temple could still scold her to death. Princess Magadal bit her lower lip. She had already decided to pay for the repairs with her own blood. She just hoped that these 2 would not make a big deal out of it. But her wish was destined to fail. Brando slashed down with the 9 luminaries' sword. This time, Brando activated the Ghost Knight's crystal's 30% strength and the piercing skill. With a loud bang, he and Devard retreated 7 steps. With a loud bang, half of the courtyard collapsed. This time, Marquis Yoakum's face changed. He never dreamed that Brando would be so strong. If the two of them really tore down the Anderla Cathedral, he would have a hard time as well. At this time, he finally reacted and made the most stupid decision in his life. Damn it, stop. But Brendel turned a deaf ear to his words. How could he stop now? He was still retreating, but the 9 luminaries' sword was still working as usual. He created another phantom and slashed at Devard. The falcon swordsman was going crazy. He had no idea what Brando's strange swordsmanship was, but he saw with his own eyes that he and Brando were retreating. But in the next moment, Brando slashed at him again. What is he doing? Devard's heart was filled with grief and anger. It was as if the swordsmanship he had practiced for decades was a joke in the eyes of others. He finally could not help but explode. He did not even listen to Marquis Yoakum's orders. He roared, "Silver wave!" Brando slashed down with his sword. At the same time, silver blades appeared in the air. There was no warning at all. Brando and his phantom were instantly cut open, and blood flowed out. It was as if these blades appeared on his body in an instant. They did not even need to fly. This was the power of elemental strength. Active elemental strength was the biggest difference between elemental strength and those below the gold rank. The power of active elemental strength was unimaginable. Just like Mephisto's Grey Realm, it was not a power that could be reversed with ordinary skills. The silver wave was just like that. Its power was to damage all enemies that stepped into its range. There was no time to attack. Once damage was inflicted, it would automatically inflict damage, ignoring all defenses. Elemental strength was above the law. Nothing could stop it. Brando already knew this. He was covered in blood, but his expression did not change. His determination to attack was not shaken at all. Skills were activated in his vision one after another. The Fool's Talent, Frenzy, the Ghost Knight's Crystal, Pierce. The moment the inheritance of the Dark Dragon took effect, the whole temple shook. The nun princess's face was pale. This was elemental resonance, the true power of elemental activation. At this moment, Brando had already stepped into the realm of elemental strength. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. His power directly penetrated the elemental wall and reached another level, even surpassing the elemental awakening stage. Even if the green sword Saint Veronica was here, Brando would only be slightly inferior. And Devard, who was in the situation, was so scared that he almost stopped breathing. He looked up and saw that there was only one sword left between heaven and earth. Brando's sword passed through the silver wall without any hindrance. It was not that the power was too strong, but that there was no resistance at all. Active elemental strength, spatial fault. A flash of blood, and Devard's screams resounded through the sky. Marquis Yoakum and Magadal watched as the famous master swordsman's right arm flew high into the sky. Brando had no intention of killing in the Holy Cathedral. If he really did so, things would be troublesome. But he had to teach him a lesson. He and Enrich were destined to be enemies. Especially during this period of time in Ampere Seal, it was better to have one less enemy. He cut off Devard's right arm. He knew that with Enrich's power and his relationship with the Holy Cathedral, it would not be difficult to heal this famous master swordsman. Limb regeneration was a very complicated spell, and the materials needed were astronomical for the average person. But for Grand Duke Enrich, it was nothing. Even if he used magic to reattach the arm, he would not be able to use it for the time being. This meant that for the time being in Ampere Seal, the Grand Duke's right-hand man would be useless. Brando kept his sword, and the dissipating power immediately surged in all directions. The power of elemental awakening was terrifying, and the surrounding buildings immediately cracked and collapsed when it came into contact with them. Anderla Cathedral was about to face the biggest catastrophe since it was built, but at this moment, a majestic and solemn power descended from the sky, calming the violent power. The entire courtyard was suddenly enveloped in a sacred atmosphere. Brando turned his head with his face full of blood and saw Archbishop Wood walk out of the quiet room with a dark face. Damn, how could I forget that this guy is still here? Brando cursed in his heart. He was so impulsive that he only cared about crippling Devard that he forgot that the Archbishop of the Anderla Cathedral was still here. This was fun. He and Marquis Yoakum tore down a large part of the cathedral in front of him. This was a big joke. This. Lord Archbishop, as you can see, I didn't mean to. Brando immediately coughed and replied dryly. Wood looked at him unhappily, then looked at Marquis Yoakum. Ah, Lord Archbishop. Marquis Yoakum's eyes flashed when he saw Wood, but he still bowed gracefully. No more, begging for next month's votes. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 538. The Holy Cathedral was in a mess, and Marquis Yoakum, one of the main culprits, had already left. Brendel glanced at Archbishop Wood. Lord Archbishop, you shouldn't have come out. His previous joking attitude was replaced with a serious tone. If I didn't come out, wouldn't you have destroyed the entire temple? Do you know how long this temple has existed for? Archbishop Wood raised his eyebrows slightly and replied in an annoyed tone. Brando smiled awkwardly and turned to Princess Magadal. I haven't thanked you yet, Your Highness. May I know your name? Just call me Magadal. I'm just a nun here, sir. Magadal sighed. I'm sorry. I should have stopped the duel. Now I've caused so much trouble. This temple is Master Luo Nin's blood and sweat. We've profaned this piece of art. It's all my fault. No, Brando shook his head. Your Highness, you don't have to bear all the responsibility. Even if you had stopped me, I would still have insisted on dueling with him. The nun princess widened her brown eyes slightly and asked in surprise, why? Don't you regret it? If I can't protect my subordinates, then I will regret it. Brando replied seriously. Princess Magadal, this is why I'm grateful to you. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Normally, a vassal would be loyal to their superiors, and protect their followers even at the cost of their lives. Isn't this their duty and obligation? Magadal blinked her eyes. A vassal swearing loyalty to the Lord, and as the follower, promises to give the follower glory and protection. This is a righteous contract. In ancient times, the ancestors of the wilderness made such a vow. Archbishop Wood looked at the monk soldiers who were cleaning up the mess in the courtyard and interrupted. But for this, you have to pay 100,000 tor. Isn't that a little too expensive? Brando played with the new ring on his hand and shrugged. Anyway, it's not my money. Besides, that Marquis Yoakum paid more than me. He paid so much just to confirm whether or not the Archbishop was performing the ritual of a Templar Knight. That's really generous of him. If Marquis Yoakum were to hear this, he would be furious. Archbishop Wood did not reply. I see. Magadal looked at Brando carefully. Sir, may I know your name? Of course. My name is Sophie. Brendel could not help but look at Archbishop Wood when he answered. He was a little embarrassed to lie in front of someone who knew the truth, but the older, the wiser. Archbishop Wood's expression did not change, as if he did not hear anything. Sophie? The nun princess frowned and muttered. Why does it sound like a girl's name? Her voice was very soft, almost as if she was talking to herself. Unfortunately for her, Brendel was a gold-ranked existence, and his 5 senses were far more sensitive than ordinary people. He could not help but cough heavily when he heard her words. Fortunately, Magadal did not dwell on this question. She raised her head and asked, Mr. Sophie came to Ampere Seal to become a Templar Knight at this time of the year? Something like that. Brando suddenly thought of something and added, I also wanted to take a look at Ampere Seal to broaden my horizons. I have heard that this is the most prosperous port in the south of Wonde, but I have never seen it. Since I'm here, of course I want to see more. I see. Ampere Seal is indeed more prosperous than many places in Erewhon. But the most worthwhile place to visit in this city is probably the Anderla Cathedral. There is also the White Stone Lighthouse and the Rare Goods Market. The atmosphere of this city is indeed different from many other places. The nun princess nodded and replied. I heard that Ampere Seal has the largest auction in the south. In the history of Ampere Seal, there were even items that only existed in fantasy. Is that true? Brando pretended to question. In fact, no one knew more about Ampere Seal's auction than him. It was the auction with the highest number of players in Erewhon. It was held once a season, and many players would rush back from all over the world to participate in such a grand event. Ampere Seal's auction is indeed the most prestigious auction in Erewhon. Is Mr. Sophie interested in the auction? I am interested, but unfortunately, I do not have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Is Mr. Sophie troubled by this? Magadal asked with some surprise. That is not necessary. I happen to know the owner of the auction, Baron Donner. If Mr. Sophie does not mind, I can introduce you to him. The Baron is a serious businessman. I don't think he would be unwilling to have one more guest. Perfect. Brando knew that this well-connected princess must have her own way of doing things. However, he felt that he was taking advantage of her, so he apologized sincerely. If that is the case, it would be impolite of me to decline. I am very interested in seeing the auction. Thank you very much, Your Highness. It is nothing. Princess Magadal smiled at him, as if she was very satisfied to be able to help others. However, Mr. Sophie, Marquis Yoakum is a narrow-minded person. Be careful that he does not take revenge on you in Ampere Seal. Of course I know. Brando nodded. Of course he knew this, but this time he came to Ampere Seal under an alias. Ampere Seal and the surrounding areas had a population of more than 300,000, and there were at least 1,000 nobles. As long as he left the Holy Cathedral, as long as Archbishop Wood did not say anything, Marquis Yoakum would not be able to find him. After Marquis Yoakum came out of the Anderla Cathedral, he immediately got into a carriage. Devard, who was seriously injured and pale, was also helped into the same carriage by his attendants. The smell of blood in the carriage was very strong. Those who knew Marquis Yoakum well knew that he was a very serious clean freak, but at this moment he did not even frown. He only said, "How are your injuries?" "Not too good, I am afraid I will have to rest for half a year." Devard replied weakly. His wounds had been stopped bleeding with magic, but he was still too weak to sit properly. I did not expect that young man to be so strong. Marquis Yoakum could not help but touch his cheek. The cold pain made him grimace. He took a deep breath. No one had dared to hurt him since he was young. Marquis Yoakum fell silent, and for a moment, no one knew what to think. You were too impulsive this time, Marquis Yoakum. Devard replied weakly. That old man would had only hosted the ceremony for these two people for more than 10 years. Of course I wanted to know what he was doing. He put his bloody finger to his nose and smelled it. He frowned and scolded, impulsive, it's hard to say. But that bastard is too much. Isn't it just 2 women? How could he be so ruthless? I don't know where this bastard came from. Then what do you think, Marquis Yoakum? Magadal does not seem to know him, then he should not be on my lovely niece's side. Marquis Yoakum's face was gloomy. Probably a descendant of the ancient nobles. It is said that the late King Eric had the support of several hidden noble families. These nobles are more or less related to Cruz. But I don't know why that old man Wood is looking for them at this time. Does he want to extend his term? My lord, this is to our plan. Devard suddenly struggled to sit up. Just stay here, what are you so nervous about? Marquis Yoakum changed his usual frivolous image and coldly glared at Devard. The dignified swordsman actually froze under his glare. Is it that easy for a magistrate to extend his term of office? Even the largest force in Kurlutz can't influence the decision of the Holy Cathedral. You have no brains at all. I think that old man wants to struggle, but let him be. It has nothing to do with us. Marquis Joachim said as he lifted the curtain of the carriage and cast a cold glance outside, secretly grinding his teeth. Coming out of the Holy Cathedral, Amandina heard that Brando had a conflict with another marquis. She could not help but roll her eyes at him. But this was already good enough. Because Brando stood up for them, she did not take out her status as a lady to scold him. Brando was almost used to it. He was like a noble, but after all, he was not one. This was really a case of kindness not being rewarded. Fortunately, there was still Scarlet. This red-haired girl from the mountain village made Brando feel a little relieved. But he did not know what this girl was thinking. She was distracted all the way, and from time to time, she would raise her head and look at him with a strange expression. This made the noble lady beside her who wanted to be on the same side very speechless. The streets of Ampere-Seal were extremely prosperous. This grey and white port was famous for its commerce. Legend had it that its streets were paved with jade and gold. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but this city could really mesmerize anyone who saw it for the first time. Brando did not want to go back for a while, so he brought the two beautiful girls on the streets to show off. As a man, it felt good to bring two beautiful girls shopping, especially when he did not have to carry things or stand outside the shop for half a day. Brando snickered as he opened the profession panel. On the profession panel, there was a new profession, Templar Knight, with a total of 15 levels. Below it were 3 skills, Blood of the Sun, Conflicting Aura, and Crown of Thorns. There was nothing to study about them. He had sorted out the details of this profession very carefully in the game. Moreover, the main purpose of this profession was to obtain skills. The other useful skills of the Templar Knight could only be learned after level 30. Brando did not want to raise the level of this profession to that high for the time being. He opened the panel, glanced at it, and then began to upgrade the skills. First, he upgraded Conflicting Aura to level 10. Then, he upgraded Blood of the Sun and Crown of Thorns to level 5. Because the Templar Knight was an advanced profession, the basic experience of its skills was calculated according to the level of an intermediate skill. So, this time, he used a total of nearly 700,000 experience points. Fortunately, Brando had been continuously extracting the experience points from the fragments of Mavikart's tome. He now had more than 4 million experience points, and half of them were converted into skill experience points. The ball of light from the fragments of Mavikart's tome had shrunk by about a quarter. According to Brando's estimation, if all the experience points from the book were used to upgrade his profession level, it would directly raise his mercenary level to 50. But if it was just a profession level, it was meaningless. It would only increase his absolute strength. Devard the Eagle was a classic example. He could use the strength of an upper gold to suppress him. To put it bluntly, the Amber Sword's foundation was still the skills. When it came to skills, Brando looked at the 9 luminaries' Art of the Wind and felt a little bitter. It required 250,000 experience points to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. Converted into skill experience points, it required 2.5 million experience points. Even if he dismantled all the fragments of Mavikart's tome, it would only be able to upgrade the skill to level 10. It was simply a bottomless pit. Brando let out a sigh of relief. The first thing he saw was Amandina's gloomy face. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he suddenly had the idea that a noble lady like her would be very suitable to wear glasses. Brando was a man of action, so he did what he said. Ampere-Seal was full of shops selling all kinds of rare treasures. Brando easily bought her a pair of magic glasses from the Hazel people. Brando didn't do it on a whim. Amandina often had to work at her desk in the territory, and this pair of magic glasses was said to have the power to protect her vision. It was very suitable for this noble lady. Of course, only Brando knew whether it was out of concern for his subordinates or to satisfy his bad taste. Although Amandina didn't want to, it had to be said that the way she gritted her teeth while wearing the glasses was different. She looked like a serious bespectacled lady. The three of them strolled around until the sun was setting. When the main commercial streets of Ampere Seal were dyed a bronze red, they returned to the inn with a large pile of gifts. When they returned to the inn, it was almost time for dinner. However, Brando found that a few of his main subordinates had been waiting for him for a long time. After asking, he found out that Sue, who had returned from outside, brought back new news. P.S. I saw 2 questions in the comments section. One is about the elite template. The elite template requires the level of a single profession, not the total level. Secondly, the strength crystal gives a 10% increase. With a shake of my hand, I wrote 30. I'm kneeling. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 539. In this world, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. In just 3 days, the news of the duel at the Anderla Cathedral had spread among the nobles, and then to the commoners. One side of the duel was the famous sword hero Enrich, but he lost to a young man of unknown origin. Until the bards adapted this experience into a story, Brando had become the most outstanding person of Erewhon's younger generation. At least in Ampere Seal, his fame was almost on par with Erewhon's younger generation of nobles. Almost everyone was guessing who he was, but only a few people knew that Captain Wood had personally presided over the ceremony for him. This person must have an extraordinary background. For a time, all the forces in Ampere Seal, big and small, were moved. Even the future Princess Regent sent people to investigate Brando's background. Especially after her close friend, Magadal, found out the truth of the matter. Enrich and House Cypher were no exception. The roads of Ampere Seal were suddenly filled with people from all walks of life, causing chaos. Fortunately, the ordinary citizens had long gotten used to the way the nobles would tense up at the slightest sign of trouble. The people who lived in such a tense atmosphere comforted themselves by saying that as long as the port of Ampere Seal was still filled with white sails and the Anderla Cathedral still existed, the port would not decline. The bell of the Holy Temple was a commentary to this phrase, and day after day it continued to ring throughout the grey and white harbor city, unmoved. In the midst of the panic, Brando himself spent every day in Ampere Seal in an orderly manner. As he expected, as long as the Archbishop of the Anderla Cathedral did not say anything, no one would find him. Over the past week, he had met the owner of the auction, Count Donner, under the introduction of Magadal. The latter was very interested in the painting of Princess Anyao that he wanted to sell. However, Brando, or rather, the merchant lady, smiled politely and did not show him the painting in his hand. Instead, he tactfully said that he would send the painting over in a few days for Count Donner to verify its authenticity. Brendel found it hilarious to watch the Baron's itchy face and Romaine's slow and unhurried conversation. But in the end, even this experienced businessman could not help but sigh at his inferiority, praising that Romaine was born to be a businesswoman. This was somewhat out of Brando's expectations. He knew that the Roman lady was talented in business, but her brain was not very clear. Or it could be said that her logic circuit was different from ordinary people. Plus, she did not have many opportunities to deal with people in the same field. In other words, she lacked experience. After all, talking on paper was different from actually doing it. This was even more so when dealing with people. To be honest, before he brought her here, he was wondering if this little cutie would have stage fright. How was it, Brando? When they walked out of Baron Donner's mansion, the little Roman raised her head proudly and stared at him. Her slender neck supported her beautiful head. Her dark brown hair was tied up, and she wore the black dress that Brando bought for her at Bragg's. Under the curve of her neck, her collarbone shone like snow. She wore a ruby necklace that shone like fire and blood. The necklace shone brightly, and in a trance, it set off the merchant lady's confidence and pride. Brando could completely understand her pride. Because she was the person he loved, she was proud. This faint smile with her aura made Brando's heart palpitate. Yes. Brando nodded subconsciously. Little Roman, you did better than I expected. I just didn't expect that old gentleman to praise you so much. He is, even in this city, he is considered a person with a reputation. Brando suddenly realized that the little Roman's opponent was not simple. Donner's life was also the story of another genius. That man was the first person in Ampere Seal who relied on his identity as a merchant to obtain the honor of being a noble. The old man is too kind. The Roman raised her willowy eyebrows and answered matter-of-factly. Brendel turned back to look at her. It was rare to see the merchant lady being so humble. Even when she was still in Butchie, this young lady's heart was higher than the sky. She would never show her hesitant side in front of anyone, as if she was born to be the master of the scene. If there is desire, there will be a weakness. The little Roman replied in an unfathomable tone, but the second half of the sentence was leaked. Aunt said that if someone uses Brando and the little Roman to make a deal, the Roman will also feel distressed. The first half of the sentence sounded reasonable, but the more Brendel heard, the more ridiculous it became. He pinched the little boy's cheeks and said, "Don't talk about using your fiancé to make a deal with me in such a serious manner." Ouch, 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 Brando you, ouch, let go. The merchant lady immediately raised her eyebrows, and her little face was twisted by Brando. Beside them, nun Princess Magadol looked at the man and woman with a strange expression. She did not know why, but she felt a little envious. After a long while, she squeezed out a suitable sentence. "The two of you have such a good relationship." Brando smiled and let go of the little Roman. He raised his head and looked at the bright silver moon above Ampere Seal. In the next few days, the news of the war in the north finally spread. The Kurlutz people had already marched their cavalry into the Sword Fortress, and the threat of the Lion Beast men seemed to have become a reality overnight. The Holy War quickly replaced the young swordsman as the hottest topic among the people of Ampere Seal. Even the air seemed to be brewing with a heavy sense of conspiracy. The Anderla Cathedral was about to change, and the cathedral became busy. On the other hand, ever since he saw Devard the Eagle by Marquis Joachim's side, Brando smelled a hint of hidden danger. He asked Sue and Andrique's subordinates to gather information. Vampires were creatures that lived in the shadows, and spying was one of their best jobs. Madara had sent vampires to infiltrate humans several times to gather information, and Brando was just following suit. However, the news that Mephistopheles and Andrique found out only increased his suspicions. It was said that Erek was now staying in a castle in the south of Ampere Seal, and the castle was heavily guarded. Brando knew Erek's temperament very well. He was a cunning old fox, and if he was so cautious, he must be brewing some kind of conspiracy. It was a pity that the female vampire had tested the castle's defenses and could not do anything. This news made Brando feel a sense of urgency. He wanted to see Princess Griffin and warn her in advance, but it was a pity that the princess's manor was also heavily guarded. Otherwise, he would have wanted to sneak in at least once. The time for the meeting of the nobles was getting closer and closer, and in the end, Brando had to give up his suspicions about Erek. On the other hand, Archbishop Brando would send his confidants to inform him every day about the movements of the nobles in the Holy Cathedral. Of course, this information seemed to be floating on the surface, and as long as Brando moved his hands, he could find out. However, Archbishop Wood's actions saved him a lot of time, and on the other hand, he could rest assured about the movements of the Holy Cathedral. In comparison, Archbishop Wood was still presiding over the daily affairs of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the Anderla Cathedral, and this message alone conveyed enough information. After settling down, Brando had to face the problem of how to sneak into the meeting of the nobles. This was the biggest problem he had to solve. He would not ask Archbishop Wood for help, after all, this was a matter of great importance and could easily be used against him. Not to mention that the Archbishop would definitely not agree. Brando himself was not willing to cause trouble for the Holy Cathedral of Fire for the time being. He thought about it, and only the news that Sue brought back a week ago was more reliable. Of course, it was actually not reliable news. In the middle of the month of recovery, 2 days before the meeting of the nobles, Ampere Seal faced the sea to the west, and the Shakrod Strait divided the narrow peninsula. The salty sea water carved a white trail under the cliffs, constantly beating the dark brown rocks. Geographically, Ampere Seal was located at the end of the northern branch of the Ancily Mountains, Enrich Mountains, where the mountains met the sea. This was where the sea breeze and the sea current converged. The climate was humid, and clouds gathered at the foothills. The result of the abundant rainfall was a forest cover. To the east of the port city, there were large forests, dense with black pine and erect hazel. The silver fairy princess Metisha was hiding in the bushes, her silver-gray battle robe covered with the wet dew of the night. She could not help but cough twice. Her gaze passed through the forest on the mountainside, and in the darkness not far away, there was a small town that was brightly lit. There were a few manors in the small town, and this place was more than 10 miles away from Ampere Seal. This town could be said to be dependent on the port city. There were many towns like this near Ampere Seal. Is it here, Sue? She used her knuckles to tap the map on the tree stump, and turned back to ask. Sue's eyes sparkled under the light, but there was no expression in them. It was as if answering this question was as boring as reciting a book, but she still completed it meticulously. Her gaze also fell on the foot of the mountain. She had ordered her subordinates to confirm this town many times over the past few days, and there was no mistake. The Silver Fairy Princess was born to not doubt her companions. After hearing this answer, she turned back to the dark forest and whispered, "My lord." A gritting sound came from the bushes. "Wait, hiss, F***CKBLZ's little tyrant server. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 540. The girl's soft lips were like a feather, gently imprinting on his neck, making Brando shudder. Her sharp teeth rubbed against his skin, penetrating his skin and piercing into his arteries. Enrich was like a soft and boneless cat lying on top of Brando's body, carefully tasting the taste of his blood and letting out a satisfied nasal sound. After sucking his blood, the princess-like vampire licked his neck as if she hadn't had enough, making Brando shudder in pain. Brando sucked in a breath of cold air. Normally, vampires would release an emotional factor to their host when they were sucking blood, causing the host to fall into an illusory state of happiness. Generally speaking, being sucked blood was a painful and joyful thing. However, Enrich never bothered to do so. According to her, it was something that only shameless people would do. Every time this happened, a certain trap would be shot and fall to the ground. In short, being sucked blood by Enrich was a very painful thing. The only consolation was that every time the girl sucked blood, she would snuggle into Brando's arms like a lover, exuding a seductive charm. Enrich was definitely a femme fatale. Her well-proportioned and boneless body was completely pressed against Brando's chest, and Brando could almost feel 2 soft lumps touching his skin. The girl's curvaceous thighs stretched out from under the ruffles of her black dress, as white as jade under the moonlight in the wilderness. It really made one's imagination run wild. "I'm done," Enrich said to the Mephistopheles as if she was the host. The vampire replied with an "oh." The blood descendants were like a hierarchical society. After the noble girl finished drinking her host's blood, the Mephistopheles kissed Brando's neck from both sides. "Hey hey." Brando was held down by the 2 gold-ranked vampires and couldn't move. "You said you wouldn't bite my neck. Even my big sister can bite it, why can't I?" "There's a difference between men and women." Mephistopheles playfully fluttered her long eyelashes and pretended not to hear him. She tucked her hair behind her ear with one hand and bent down to take a bite. Brando rubbed his neck and looked at Metisha apologetically. The Silver Fairy Princess smiled gently at him. "My lord, now that you've found out that you're with us undead, you'll encounter all kinds of trouble, right? Because they are not living creatures, they have to rely on something to entrust themselves to this world. This is the law of the dead." Only then did Brando remember that the little princess was also a ghost. However, she was probably the most beautiful ghost in the world. The silver fairy princess's long silver hair and armor glowed faintly. This was actually a special characteristic of a spirit body. Brando shifted his gaze away from her and looked towards the small town at the foot of the mountain. How is it? The small town at the foot of the mountain was silent in the darkness. There was only a hazy light in the distance. Only the elves could see so far and so clearly. Of course, the merchant lady could as well. It's here. Sue answered. Sue said that it's here. Lord Nightsong had also led the other mercenaries of Lopez to investigate. The townspeople said that there was indeed a foreign noble living here for the past few weeks, but they're not sure if it's Count Yenbao. Medisha replied. Brando listened and nodded. This was the answer that Sue had given him, to replace the Count's envoy and attend the meeting of the nobles. Kidnapping the envoy of the Count, or even the Count himself, sounded ridiculous, but it coincided with Brando's thoughts. The meeting of the nobles would be held in 2 days at the Sephora Manor, which was the property of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The Holy Cathedral of Fire would arrange their own personnel to maintain the venue, so it was impossible for outsiders to sneak in. Of course, Brando would not be stupid enough to ask for Captain Wood's help in this matter, mainly because it would be too easy to leave evidence behind. Besides, with the position of the Archbishop, he would definitely not agree. The only way was to pretend to be a noble. Now it was known that 5 of the 6 Grand Dukes were participating in this meeting. Among them, Grand Duke Viro and Grand Duke Karsuk had sent their own envoys. Grand Duke Cipher and Grand Duke Arek had gone personally. Corvado was the fief of the royal family, so the envoys of the eldest prince would naturally go as well. Only Grand Duke Grenoires maintained his usual indifferent attitude and did not even have the mood to send an envoy. Of course, as long as Brando's brain was still working, he would not want to pretend to be these people. For the same reason, the 2 marquises and Prince Lu Kuo were the same, leaving only the 5 special counts of Erewhon. Count Ranner was naturally impossible. Count Vito Kin was also ruled out as the commander of the Black Blade Squad, and Count Janalesu was the commander of the Royal Fleet, so he could not choose either. Therefore, Brando could only pretend to be 2 people left. One was Count Cordo of Grey Mountain, and the other was Count Yenbao. However, Count Grey Mountain's territory was next to Corvado, so he must be familiar with it. In contrast, Yenbao was located at the northern border of the kingdom and was the weakest special count. Its count rarely dealt with the other nobles of the kingdom. It could be said that he lived in seclusion. Even Brando, a player who usually ran around, had never seen this count, and even fewer people in the noble circle of the kingdom were familiar with him. With such a comparison, the answer was clear. It doesn't matter if it is or not, let's take a look first. Kidnapping a noble's envoy sounded simple, but Count Yenbao was still a special count. How could he not be heavily guarded? However, Brando believed in the strength of his subordinates, so he decided to take a look first. Count Yenbao's manor was located in a secluded forest near the town. This count did not have any reliable friends in Ampere Seal, so the manor was rented temporarily. Ampere Seal often had merchants and nobles from all over the kingdom, so there were many manors like this in the vicinity. Before coming here, Sue had already sent people to inquire about this manor. This manor was the property of a merchant who did not have any background. This news also made Brando feel more at ease about the whole plan. The group quietly snuck into the Arek hazel forest less than 100 meters away from the manor. The bushes here were dense, and at this distance, they did not have to worry about being discovered by the manor's guards. However, even so, Brando still ordered Medisha to stay further away. The fairy princess's slightly glowing silver armor was really suitable for stealth operations. He simply let her and Scarlet lead the Fireclaw lizard men to set up a suitable distance. If there were any accidents, at least they could provide support. No matter what, their next move could be said to be a little crazy, and Brando had to be careful. Beside Brando were the mercenaries of Lopez, the 2 cute Miss Vampires, and Enrich's black derivatives, the Blood Descendants. These Blood Descendants were all young boys and girls, and their strength was between the peak of iron and the beginning of silver. However, They were exceptionally good at stealth operations, and were not inferior to the experienced mercenaries from the 10 cities. In addition, there was also an extremely untimely presence. Miss Merchant had quietly followed Brando without anyone's permission. When she walked, she was like a little kitten. If she had not been sneakily following behind Brando, even Brando himself would not have noticed this little fellow. It had to be said that this was an incredible stealth talent, especially when she had not been specially trained. Even the best fighter in the mercenaries of Lopez, Nightingale, could not help but praise her. However, from Brando's point of view, it was more like this young lady was born with these skills that could be used to do bad things. In short, the word virtuous did not apply to Miss Merchant. However, Brando had also thought it through. Instead of letting this little thing play tricks in places where he could not notice, it was better to keep her by his side. At least he could monitor her and prevent her from causing any trouble. Therefore, after strictly ordering the Roman to stay within 5 feet of him, he decided to let this young lady do as she pleased. It seemed that the little Roman was quite satisfied with Brando's order. In fact, she just wanted to go on an adventure with him. After settling this little interlude, Brando released a few wind spirit spiders. The wind spirit spiders could not share his senses, so their use in scouting the terrain was minimal. However, they were extremely useful in monitoring the surroundings. Then he raised his head and looked in the direction of the manor, and asked, "How many guards are there?" "I can clearly see one at the main entrance, but I don't know if there are any hidden sentries, my lord." In the dark, a vampire's vision was much better than a human's, so one of the vampires immediately answered. Brando was quite satisfied with this answer. Behind the layers of trees, it was difficult to clearly see the manor from 100 meters away. He nodded and used the wind spirit spiders to sense if there were any hidden sentries. He was about to order everyone to approach the manor when the Romans suddenly said. The Romans saw that there were still people in the manor. "I saw someone by the fountain in the courtyard." "Oh, he seemed to have kicked something." He bent down to pick up the stone and threw it into the fountain. Everyone looked at the merchant lady in shock. Brando then remembered that there was a human-shaped self-driving radar beside him. He suddenly felt that it was a great idea for the merchant lady to follow him. He quickly asked, "Did you see any hidden sentries?" "Hidden sentries? He's the one who hid." "Oh, there are 2 of them." "Where are they?" The Nightsong Tiger raised his eyebrows and immediately asked. "They're behind the guard at the entrance." The Nightsong Tiger immediately turned to Brando and said, "They're very experienced, and we don't know how many people are in the courtyard. This is going to be troublesome, my lord." As an experienced mercenary, the captain of the mercenaries of Lopez was very sensitive to the location of the sentries. He could often make a rough guess based on the clues. Brando had always trusted his judgment, so he nodded and muttered, "Do you have any ideas?" "Find a way to catch a tongue," the Nightsong Tiger replied. Brando nodded again, then, "Mephistopheles, follow me." With that, a layer of dense black smoke suddenly appeared on his clothes. This layer of black smoke quickly enveloped the conspicuous red blessings and Halran Gaia. Brando did not want to expose his identity, so the best choice was to disguise himself as a member of the Dark Church. He pulled up the hood of his cloak and was about to leave, but at this moment, the Roman suddenly took out a small and exquisite silver cage and said with a proud expression, "Brando, do you want to catch someone? Roman will help you." Before Brando could react, the Roman clapped her hands and chanted, "The person in the cage, the person in the cage, who took away your freedom." She clapped her hands, and a white light flashed in the cage, and a small person appeared in the empty silver cage. Brando and the others were not surprised. Enrich, Mephistopheles, and the other vampires looked at the merchant lady in shock. "What is this?" Brando immediately stopped and looked at the terrified little person in the cage. "My lord," the vampire who spoke before had a strange expression, This is the guard at the entrance. Dark witchcraft." Brando was stunned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 541. The guard in the cage was scared out of his wits. He thought that he was captured by the evil wizards who came out of nowhere. He trembled in fear, and when Brendel and the others interrogated him, he spat out everything that happened in the manor. There were more than 30 guards in the manor. Including the cook and the servants, there were nearly 100 people. He wasn't sure if the count had come in person because the 3 knights were usually in charge of delivering orders. According to the guard's description, Brando guessed that the strength of the 3 knights should be in the gold realm. He frowned slightly. With his current strength, dealing with 3 gold realms shouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't know what skills the enemy was good at. It wouldn't be easy to not make a scene. However, he was more concerned about where Roman's inexplicable black witchcraft came from. Little Roman's eyes rolled around, saying that her big sister taught her. As for who her big sister was, no one could say for sure. She held the cage and explained how the spell worked. The cage could imprison any creature in the witch's sight. As long as the former's will was not strong enough, they would be trapped by the spell. The target of the spell was not limited to 1 person, but up to 10 people. Brando listened for a while and understood that this was a reality illusion. As long as the target believed in it, the illusion would become reality. However, whether the target believed in it or not, it had to go through the subconscious first. However, this spell was not omnipotent. With the level of this spell, it was more than enough to imprison a guard in the upper level of the Iron Realm. However, it was not so sure if it was used against stronger enemies. Bewitching people and tempting the dark side of people was a classic black witchcraft. The little Roman covered the cage with a black cloth. This way, the person in the cage could not sense anything from the outside world. Everyone was amazed by the witch's magical spells, and even Charles couldn't help but compliment them. As law wizards, their spells were magical in the eyes of ordinary people, such as building a bridge out of thin air, turning into a wall, and even melting steel at high temperatures. However, the law wizards manipulated the lines of law in the world of Vaunt, and ultimately, they couldn't break away from their own laws. They couldn't turn flames cold, and they couldn't turn ice hot, but witches were the exact opposite. Witches' spells were magical, and they could do many things that went against common sense. Therefore, the world did not like witches, because their magic was more inclined towards chaos. Some people even threatened that witches had an affair with Dusk. Of course, Brando knew that this was just nonsense. In any case, dark witchcraft wasn't considered honorable in terms of its power. He pondered for a moment. It seems that I have to find Aunt Jenny quickly to figure out what happened to you. It's a pity that I haven't heard from her. But then again, aren't you worried about my aunt at all? Romaine's eyes widened, and her flat forehead glistened. My aunt often goes out and only comes back home after a few months. It's been almost a year. Brando couldn't help but facepalm. Alright, before we figure out the whole story, you're forbidden from using these strange spells in front of others. Do you understand? Why? My little Roman doesn't want to be tied to a stake and burned, right? Brando replied seriously. The Roman thought about it seriously and nodded. He also felt that this wasn't a good idea, so he agreed. Okay, Brando. Most of the people were used to the way the two talked, so they silently waited for Brando to make a decision. Brando looked in the direction of the manor and called the guard in the cage to ask about the general distribution of the guards in the manor. Because the Roman had covered the silver cage with a black cloth, the guard didn't hear anything before. Now that he was called out to ask again, he still looked frightened. Brando listened carefully to the guard's description and asked without any change in his expression, "Are there people patrolling?" The guard nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and stammered, "Yes. Yes." Master Wizard, Brando quickly understood that there was a group of cavalry patrolling the manor, and they would pass by about once every half an hour. This was the information he needed to know. He then tapped the cage and put down the black cloth again. He asked the Roman, "Since you can catch him, you can let him go, right?" The little Roman nodded quickly, as if she was afraid that Brando would think that she wasn't strong enough. That was more than enough. Brendel continued with a series of threats and promises, trying to intimidate the guard into not revealing anything about their encounter. You know, it is very easy for a mysterious wizard to frighten a normal person. Therefore, everyone knows that they have all kinds of methods to kill people, and even make them suffer a fate worse than death. One of the most famous methods is to cast a curse. Brando pretended to cast a curse on the guard that if he didn't listen, his body would fester and he would die. Then, he asked the little Roman to let him go. Brando didn't want to attract the attention of the hidden sentries in the manor. Although this black magic could create a reasonable illusion in everyone's mind for a short period of time, some people had higher willpower, and once they broke free, they would realize that something was wrong. Moreover, the guard was already frightened to the point of having a mental breakdown. Brendel let him go, and he obediently stood at his post, afraid that the wizard would not be satisfied with him and directly turn him into a pool of pus. The next thing was simple. Even if the Black Tower wizards in Karsuk were included, the Shire could still be ranked in the top 5. Can you deal with it? But he still tilted his head and asked. The Shire nodded. The opponent's spellcaster seems to be only a mid-silver. I'm sure I can deal with this spell without leaving any traces, my lord. Don't remove it, it's too conspicuous. Brando looked forward and replied. Of course, I understand. That was enough. The group slowly approached the back door. The Shire moved his finger slightly, and an almost imperceptible light blue light pierced into the manor. Over the entire manor, the hexagonal grid of light flashed imperceptibly, and then quickly dimmed. All of this happened so fast that it was impossible for ordinary people to see it with their naked eyes. As for the wizards, who judged the existence of spells in the surrounding space based on the magical fluctuations, the Shire had already suppressed the fluctuations to the minimum. Naturally, the wizards in the manor could not detect what happened in a short period of time. After retracting his hand, the Shire immediately told the others through telepathy that the spell net around the door and the surrounding area had been temporarily suppressed for 10 minutes. This was more than enough for Brando. The group quietly passed through the back door. There were 3 guards at the back door. However, in the eyes of these guards, there was nothing unusual about the patrolling knights. They were still the same old faces that they were familiar with. Brendel even greeted one of the guards. He had done this sort of thing more than once in the game and was very experienced. He had already asked for the details beforehand, including the secret signal and the characteristics of the guards. He did not miss out on any of them. After passing through the back door, they entered the courtyard of the manor. However, Brando knew that they could not act rashly for now. They slowly walked along the small path in the manor, and their first destination was the stable. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 542. Byrne had worked in the Hoarfrost Manor for 16 years, and he knew that he was a guard hired by the owner of the manor. Most of the nobles who lived in the manor would not trust an outsider like him, so he was satisfied with his job of guarding the stables. He did not have many goals, and he only wanted to earn a living. Fortunately, this was not a high demand in the vicinity of Ampere Seal. When he was free, he could even drink a few cups of liquor that was specially brewed in the plantation at the foot of the Enseli Mountains. After all, the horses of the nobles were taken care of by someone else, so it was not his place to interfere. Byrne's job was literally to guard the stables, but only the stables. After all, the stables were the private property of the big merchant who owned the land. Soon, he saw the nobleman who lived here today. He heard that it was the Count's knight who came back from the courtyard. Byrne quickly wiped his mouth and put away the leather pouch filled with liquor. He did not dare to drink too much, as he did not want to lose his job because his breath reeked of alcohol. Although it was easy to find a job near Ampere Seal, it was rare to find a job that was so easy and so well paid. He did not dare to look up at the high and mighty knight, so he quickly lowered his head and put on a respectful look. As usual, the knights acted as if they didn't see him and walked past him into the stable. Byrne was already cursing them in his mind. These bastard knights. It was as if he had learned all these dirty words since he was in his mother's womb. However, at this moment, Byrne heard a cold snort from a woman. He was slightly startled, and as a guard for more than 10 years, he immediately realized that something was wrong. But before he could react, a cold blade was placed against his neck. Byrne was so scared that his heart stopped beating. He thought to himself that he was done for. His body was drenched in cold sweat. He trembled as he turned around, only to see a beautiful face. Byrne subconsciously thought that if there was a princess, then this young lady in front of him must be the princess. Who allowed you to turn your head? Enrich's face was sour, as if someone owed her tens of millions of tour. The young lady's temper was not good, Byrne thought with trepidation. However, Brando quickly stopped the vampire maiden from fooling the poor, honest man. He couldn't help but think that these vampires were really boring. They knew that the manor's guards were unreliable, so there was no point in scaring them. Enrich glanced at him expressionlessly, then crooked her finger at the human guard in front of her. The guard's eyes immediately became confused. As a matter of fact, most of the spellcasters among the vampires were experts in bewitching others. Andrea was no exception. She was an expert in curse-type spells, but she also had some knowledge in bewitching spells. Controlling a guard who was not even iron rank was a piece of cake for her. However, this action only intensified Brando's suspicions. She could have easily solved the problem with a spell, but she insisted on teasing her prey like a cat toying with a mouse. He originally thought that Enrich was a cold-hearted girl, but he did not expect her to be as boring as other vampires. On the other hand, Mephistopheles did not have such bad habits. Other than their sexual orientation, they were not like vampires at all. They were so innocent that they were cute. Although they were indeed cute. The young lord sighed. Tell him to knock on the manor's door and say, Enrich said that the lord's Beanold's warhorse seems to have some problems. Tell them to hurry over and take a look. Brendel turned around to look at the stable and immediately recognized the most expensive warhorse. He cursed in his heart for being a tycoon, but at the same time, he ordered Andrea without any change in his expression. The Beanold warhorse was produced in the Surin Plateau between Cruz and Grecius. It was thousands of miles away from Erewhon. A pure Beanold warhorse was worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the Ten-City Alliance, which was the closest to the Night Kingdom of Grecius, let alone in Erewhon. However, it was common practice for nobles to love horses. Brando was not too surprised to see the most expensive Beanold warhorse in the noble's stable. The Enrich he mentioned was one of the patrolling guards. He should have been tied up and thrown into the forest outside. Enrich snorted softly and lowered her head arrogantly. Did you hear that? Byrne was charmed by her and did not dare to resist. He nodded stiffly. Seeing this, Brando could not help but feel a little curious. Will he be seen through with his blank expression? In fact, the spells used to confuse the mind in the Amber Sword were all dark witchcraft. Even for the young lord who had seen many things, this was the first time he had seen such spells in detail. He's only acting this way because he's in awe of the master. Of course he'll act normal in front of others. Enrich gave him a "you're just a country bumpkin" attitude. Brando was always curious about the unknown things in the Amber Sword, just like a player like himself. Therefore, he did not mind Enrich's attitude. He thought for a moment and said, wouldn't that be too scary? Wouldn't it be impossible to tell? It's not that simple. This kind of trick is useless in front of wizards. A low-level apprentice can see through it. However, an apprentice needs to cast a spell to be able to tell if it's real or fake. A slightly higher-level wizard can see through it at a glance. Also, those who are familiar with him can also see some clues. After all, he's being manipulated by magic. His movements are always a little unnatural. The vampire girl's answer was very detailed. Besides, this is just a little trick. It's just a side branch of dark witchcraft. I'm just interested in it, that's why I'm studying it. A little trick? Because it's too weak. Those who are above silver rank can resist the effects of magic with their will alone. The effect of mind confusion on them is next to nothing. Brando then understood. At this time, the guard had already turned around and walked towards the manor. In fact, the manor was not far from the stables. It was only about 100 steps away. Within this distance, those who were above gold rank could easily sense the movements around them. Brando could even hear the guard stopping and knocking on the door. It should be the back door of the manor's kitchen. The guard knocked for a while before the door opened with a creak. In fact, Byrne knocked 3 times before the door opened a little. A pair of impatient eyes looked at him from behind the door. What do you want? Byrne knew this knight. He was one of the many servants of the noble lord. However, that was all he knew. He only saw the knight from behind the noble lord during the day. When he saw the knight, he quickly lowered his head and answered, Andrek said that there's something wrong with the lord's Beanold's warhorse. He asked them to hurry over and take a look. Byrne's imitation of Brendel's tone was perfect, at least 80 to 90% of it. He was able to imitate Brendel's demeanor and tone perfectly. When Brando heard this, he almost spat out the water in his mouth. He turned around and looked at Enrich. The vampire girl could not help but cover her face. That idiot. Enrich squeezed the words out from between her teeth. Her snow-white skin could not help but blush. In fact, the vampire girl felt that she was being humiliated by this stupid servant. She hurriedly hooked her finger and said a strange word, tuyos. What does that mean? Nothing. It just makes people more willing to believe that the lies they hear are reasonable. Enrich snorted softly. This is also what you call black witchcraft. But the effect is minimal. I can only do my best. Brando turned around. Mephistopheles, the Nightsong Tiger, and Falerne subconsciously put their hands on their weapons. The Shire also silently put his hand on his spellbook. Everyone looked at the door nervously. The knight behind the door was stunned. He did not realize that something was wrong. Instead, he cursed, What? What the hell is that fellow Undercock up to? Did he kill the Count's horse? Is he so scared that he can't even speak properly? That being said, everyone in the manor knew that the Beanold horse was the Count's treasure. The knight had no choice but to be cautious. He opened the door and looked around. Then, he said to Bourne fiercely, Don't tell anyone for now. Wait for me to come back. Byrne nodded his head obediently. The knight didn't seem to realize that something was wrong. He didn't even bring his weapon as he hurried over. But as soon as he entered the stable, before he could speak, he saw a cold sword pointed at his throat. What? What? The knight was stunned. Then, he saw Brando and the others and his expression changed. He wanted to say something, but Brando pushed the sword forward. The pain immediately shut him up. Who are you? The knight seemed to have finally understood his position. He could not help but ask, Where is Andrek? Do you know who you are offending? Don't ask nonsense. Brando did not have time to waste on this guy. He turned his head and signaled the Mephistopheles to restrain the guy. Then, he said, You only have 2 choices. First, bring us into the manor. I don't need to tell you the second choice, right? The knight understood Brando's meaning. His face turned from white to red, and then from red to white. He hesitated for a moment, but he did not hesitate. He said, I can't just bring you in like this. I need an excuse. I don't want to die with you. Otherwise, I'll die anyway. Why don't you just kill me now? You're still clear-headed. Brando could not help but praise him. The excuse is simple. Didn't I tell you just now? Just now? The knight blinked. Only then did he remember what Byrne told him. His expression changed again, and he nodded. All right, you have to promise not to kill me. Brando immediately swore to Martha. He did not intend to kill anyone. The best outcome was to subdue the Count. If there was blood, it would not be easy to clean up the mess in the future. After all, openly attacking a noble was strictly forbidden in the code of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando knew very well that he was just skirting the line. Because of this reason, in fact, he only told his summoned creatures, Amandina, and a few of his core subordinates. He did not even tell the truth to the young officers of the White Lion Legion. Brando could not guarantee that everyone would be willing to do this with him. As for Amandina, Scarlet and the others, they had already experienced the real test of life and death with him. Naturally, they were different. When the knight saw Brendel's oath, he was 90% convinced. In the Amber Sword, the people of the civilized world swearing to Martha was a very solemn thing, and no one dared to go against it. After all, the consequences of going against an oath were obvious. This was a world with real gods, and Martha who walked in the sky would not allow the people of the world to use her name to swindle and deceive. After acknowledging this point, he reluctantly led the way. Brando was not afraid of any tricks. First of all, Enrich used black magic to manipulate people and could see if they were lying. Second of all, Mephistopheles followed beside him. On the surface, it seemed like nothing was wrong, but in reality, the vampire's dagger was pressed against the knight's back. It was too easy for a gold ranker to spy on a silver ranker. The knight brought them in through the back door of the manor's kitchen. In fact, Brando's group was disguised as the Count's knight, but they were in charge of their own areas. Without a guide, they could not just wander around. The knight led them through a long corridor and came to a room. He knocked on the door and said, "Lord Ronan." Along the way, Brando asked a lot of questions about the manor's interior. He already knew that the one resting in the room was one of the gold rankers, the captain of the night. "What's the matter?" a voice asked from inside the room. It seemed to be a middle-aged man. Brando held his breath and signaled the knight to answer with his eyes. The knight hesitated for a moment before answering nervously, "It's like this, Lord Ronan. Enrich and the others seem to have found something wrong with the Count's horse." "Horse? Which one?" "It's Lonefire." Lonefire was the name of the Binault horse. The voice inside the room immediately became serious. "Lonefire?" The person in the room obviously understood the value of the Binault horse. He could not help but ask in displeasure, "What are you doing? Don't you know that horse is the Count's most beloved horse?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.